Good morning, everybody. I am Sharon Tyler, the Berrien County Clerk. We are reconvening our Board of Canvassers meeting from yesterday. Greta Van Bree is my vice chair, who will be the chair, Madam Chair of the meeting today due to our chair is homesick, who is Sharon Geisler. I would like to give first, before they do introductions, an update to the Board of Canvassers. Our last 3 precincts came in from Benton Township yesterday at 3:30. Last night, I worked with the Bureau of Elections, and all our reporting has been placed into the state of Michigan. If you go to elections results, go to the Berrien County website, berriencounty.org, front page, there should be a button. You'll find the results, and they should be itemized. And if you've been hearing the rumors about Sharpie black ink markers, markers are preferred for ballots if they think their ballots did not count. Markers dry faster than ink. Ballpoint pen ink rubs off into the printer, dunks it up, jams the paper. It doesn't change. As we program ballots, and it has been tested by the Bureau of Election and by Dominion, who is our vendor, the ovals, when they're marked, do not go through into another oval that is part of the, so you will not have that issue. If you vote in person and you thought you did have a problem, it would probably say that it did not process. You would have been receiving a new ballot. It is usually not recommended when you see clerks during the election time process and they're duplicating ballots. Some people like to use red ink pencil, purple ink, pink ink. It does not usually show up in the tabulator, so those have to be duplicated. So I know this has been in the media, and this may have been concerns to my Board of Canvassers, but I just wanted to address those 2 issues today. As I'm going to hand it over to Madam Chair, each of our board members and sections, it is a Republican and a Democrat, they will notify you each time when they pick up a different precinct packet and they go through it. We will take comments from the public after the meeting. If you have a cell phone, please lower it. If you do have a call, please take it out. Otherwise, staff, this is Jason Watts, my election coordinator, and I have other election workers for my staff, but one is at the County Board of Commissioners meetings, one's working on reports for the Bureau, and you'll see them. Please address your questions to us, and we will take it outside in the hallway. So I just wanted to do that housekeeping. We will not be able to talk to the board. They need their full attention to what they're doing so that we have, that every vote can count. So I will let our chair
introduce myself. I'm Greta Van Bree. I'm a Democrat. I'm chairing today, although I'm the vice chair usually. And I'd like to introduce the other Board of Canvass members. They can speak for themselves.
I'm Larry Goldberg, a Republican. I'm with her.
I'm Jess Nix, I'm a Democrat.
I'm Cheryl Warner, the Republican.
And would you tell them each which precinct and which community you're working on at the beginning? Right now, I do want to say they are finishing up. We began yesterday at 1 o'clock with the canvass, and they are finishing a packet today.
We're in the middle of working on Berrien Township, number 1, Ward 1, Precinct 1.
And
Right now, we're finishing Berrien Township, just double checking to make sure everything, the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and then we'll go back to Bainbridge when they come up.
Oh, and Madam Chair, may I address one other issue out there? A question has came up. We do have a tie vote in the county commissioner seat in St. Joe. People have been asking what happens with a tie vote. First, the election has to be canvassed. After it's been canvassed, we set a meeting, and the 2 candidates will attend a meeting where we will post it. There will be a box. There will be slips in the the box, elect and not elect. They will draw from the box. After the candidate is chosen, then if they would like a recount on that, we will proceed in that direction. I also want to address in this meeting, we do have another close race, which is for the Berrien Village President, that after the canvassing, we may have another recount in that position. But this will take place. Canvassing takes 14 calendar days, so I am not sure. You could be, depending on how we move through the selection, it could be a Saturday or Sunday, so please remove any doctors, dentists, hair appointments that you have on your calendar. Thank you, and you may proceed, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I may have to exchange this. I think we have the wrong one from.
Okay, which one do you want?
I believe we were doing Coloma. There were two in the front that I thought were.
I see another. Oh,
And I'll announce it.
that one? Okay, sorry. Okay.
And that's for Fran.
We are going to finish our canvas from yesterday on Coloma Township number 1.
I just wanted to be sure. I want to make sure that everything's done.
Is that one done?
This one's done.
Okay, did you seal it? Well, Berrien Township, they have, what do they have? Or did they do that? That must be done. This must be done. Yes, Berrien.
Greta, did you finish
Berrien,
Rota 1?
No,
did you begin it?
no, I just took it out this
Oh,
morning.
and that's why you sealed it, so you just,
I never.
here, Victor,
Oh.
is on there?
I think I need to keep a list of what we.
Don't trip over the cord, and you gotta check it out.
That was in the front of the book. I thought that it-
I never said Greta.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, but I don't tell you right now.
I like that.
You want to
Seal it up again.
Yeah,
Open it
There's
up
only
since
way
you
to
opened
do
it.
it.
Yeah, take a look. Is this your handwriting too?
Yes. So this, the first time when we did, we put that inside. Second one I left it out.
What's that?
Whatever.
So do you think that's done, or you got that one?
I think it's done.
I think it's done, because you finished one.
Yeah,
That's done.
it should be in it then.
We need a box. Okay. Bainbridge, she's running that report, which is 70 pages.
Oh, no?
70 pages. This is what they said. You gotta remember, you have people, so.
I know.
I'm forgetting she had a toothache, so.
I was just waiting on you to say.
That doesn't say, it's easier than the report.
The whole report.
Then send it.
So where's the other one I have picked up?
I think this, just create a box. We'll just get it back stuff. And if you can see where the field is and but this Berrien township. Because I know they count.
We are getting ready to do Paloma Township
So I should
precinct
bring up
2.
our new envelopes.
Bring up a new, it says done, get me some. Do they have That's done, that's what Sharon told me, put it in the little box. Which precinct do you have? 1 or 2, Sharon? Here's your 40 cancer envelope. I think we stuck it in there last time. So then let's pull it out. Yep, you got it.
No, that's not. This type thing for.
I don't think it's there. I can make sure.
Here's the delay.
That, I know, it's the way on there. I'll get it straightened out.
Larry brought
Hmm?
Bring it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm with Greta, and we need that report for Coleman House. If you wanted to have Jason bring that up for us.
Jason's already on his way up and he was up during the type zone envelope. I'm trying to get everything pulled, so the wrong things don't get up there. If I print the statement of vote list. for
You're on
one precinct
speaker.
At one time, it groups it by race, not by precinct, so they have to be printed individually.
Oh, the
if they
whole
want
thing
to
for
see
book.
all of one
So
precinct.
can you get
And
us,
I have to put through a book, so how would you like that done?
well, right now, how would you like that? Do you want it by the whole race? If you got the whole race, can we divide it by the precinct, 1 and 2?
No, the whole race is for like the entire county.
Oh, so they could go through the whole,
The county sheriff,
So-
and then it's all totals for every jurisdiction, and then it goes to the next race.
Well,
If I
maybe
print
that's what
them
they should have.
individually For just like Coloma jurisdiction, then you'll have all the races in Coloma
Then that'd be
in one
better.
report.
that'd be better than printing that report each time, and then they would have that, put some polls in that in their notebook so they can flip through it, and then they'll just use that as a manual.
So you want me to just do the whole thing together?
Yeah, but right now we do need Coloma Township, so you can get that so they can work on it. Then we'll go back to what you're saying.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, then.
Yep, I'll get that done, and then I will also bring up the statement of votes report.
Thank you.
It's gonna take a few minutes. The statement of votes report is several hundred pages long.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Let's see what we got.
We were doing yesterday, we were writing on it.
Yeah, well, see, we got, with that township coming in so late, we had to get the other part, we couldn't work on that until we had the last precinct, so it kind of, we wanted to keep you moving, but
All right,
I didn't want to miss any time with that 14-day window.
yeah.
Which ones are you guys working on?
They have Paloma one.
AB or?
What do you have?
Just Coloma one, no AV.
Well, we have 2, and they're supposed to have 1,197 tabulated, and they only have 580, which tells me that the 80 board or needs to be added.
Did they have an AV board?
Double check downstairs.
Yes, I can see they got an AV board.
They must. I don't have any
I
AV.
can't remember, do you have an AV board? I can't remember.
No,
Paloma had an AV board.
But our list of voters has no
Has
AV.
no 80 ballots in it,
They
so
gotta
there's
have
gotta
an
be a
AV
board.
board.
These are,
They gotta have an AV board, and
Yeah.
that's probably why the numbers start, because the AVs went out first, so you would start at a higher number.
And we did.
So that you're gonna see that a lot,
Yeah.
because we have to send it out, so then the numbers for the walk-in would be a higher number. So the AVs would start at 1.
those are, this is
This is done?
Yeah. We
Oh, there might be one in that other. It's done, then that was done.
Oh, 1 second, I have to take her first.
Yeah, oh, Cheryl, see how they did theirs? Then they do have their AV, so they put their AV into the back.
Nope. Nope.
We may have to ask Coloma Township, and Sheila might have to answer.
No, I do not have that. 'Cause I
So the
looked for it.
question. Oh, let me call Sheila.
I have no idea. Yeah, I did. But the thing is if you added it to yours and it came out all right, then I can't add it because I already got the credit. See if maybe the now works, see if it having them put in a separate list like this.
Yeah, they're on the phone, so.
Yes, ma'am.
You're on speaker. We're doing Coloma Township, and my question is, did Coloma Township have an AV county board or not? Or did they do that within the poll?
I believe that Tacoma Township has an AV county board.
But they
I would have to double
put,
check that, but I know on the report, it's all lumped together. There's not a separate report for just an AV county board.
Okay,
It's
so-
all listed together.
when I'm looking at Coloma Township 1, I see the list of voters with the AV. As I'm looking at Coloma 2, I don't know if they combined it. We don't see the AV list of voters in their packet. So, can you look through your boxes and see if you find a Coloma Township AV county board somewhere there? Otherwise, I'll call the clerk.
Yeah, let me
Otherwise,
just
she
look
needs
here.
to send it
Okay,
to us.
so I pulled up the precinct list. Tacoma Township does not have an AV county board. They have just the two precincts.
Okay, so they don't have one.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, what does your tabulator tape say, just it came out separately, or? Okay, then I think I'm gonna call Coloma Township and see, go into your board canvasser and we'll look and see if you've got a AV list in there.
Okay, so they should have, if they process in the precinct, then any AV votes for precinct 2 should get them in.
Yeah,
the precinct.
would you call up the Coloma Township clerk and say precinct 2, we need, oh, you found it? We found it. Number of absentee voters in the envelope by the board was 617, but they did not provide us the list of the
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did, they did or didn't? They did not provide us the list of AV voters, so they need to print that off, and we need that upstairs.
Okay, I will tell it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Did you find it in your board
They
canvas
had,
though? Okay.
they had to come in and they had to attend to that, so they kept going. And then therefore they didn't print all those lists off.
So you got a full, you're good.
We're good.
Good, good thing you were working at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
Cool.
We found out they didn't have an AV county board. Who do you have?
I've got Bainbridge's list of voters.
Oh, and go back to Bainbridge. You can't work on that one right now.
Should go in here.
Why don't you close that one, put it on the ceiling when you finish?
We have our list in the book.
Can you look for this one and the favorite back up?
So we need a seal that one back up, and they're missing the AV list.
this, order this. Do you want us to see what this, one of these, you can just put it over here?
Yes, that'll be fine. We have enough space.
You won't interrupt them. I'll break my own.
And, provisional language, that, it's not like this one. And they have none of that. This is just one that. Exactly. But I didn't want it about that. You're good. This man brings Bainbridge.
Yes, I'm bringing Bainbridge with the list.
All 550.
Now fortified.
Just stick it right under the, because that's the one that's on the brush. Oh, we should get some. Make sure that whatever you put in the envelope.
I wonder if I have my card.
On the outside of. On the outside.
Oh, Diane.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. What's in that envelope?
I ordered
This is Bainbridge. We just have the entire list of voters.
No.
We now have the entire list of voters.
I think we, remember yesterday when we ended at about 4, we were told that's it. I was still waiting, I was still looking at them.
I always saw what she was, Diane carried everything else.
No, I don't think.
And then she may still have it with her in her file and stuff. I know she said she gave it to her.
Hey, that's my box.
Mind if I just use this hand?
Yeah, I don't think they wanted that. They're putting it in the canvas.
Go get Justin.
Diane has that, we don't require any evaluation. See what everyone, I'll give her a band of supplies.
Sharon, full thing, the original list of voters, the one that was not.
Maybe I would take out the, did she give you a full list?
You mean this, a full list.
And is it a repeat of what you already have?
I believe so.
I think I would change it, to full list in, since that was complete.
Well, this one only goes to page 44.
Today, I think we're better off putting the whole report in. And then we'll put it in the envelope, and let's mark it as an incomplete list, and say it was replaced. We'll have half of it, we should be more clear. Here's a recount, we have a notation on it. Does that sound like a plan?
Sound looks like.
Don't destroy it.
They made up.
Sign up, and tell me.
I'll give you a clip for that.
I've got Sharon, I got one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Thank
Do you
you.
need that 3-hole punch again?
I just used it.
Now, this is a lot of stuff.
I did. But we know when we're supposed to, sometimes.
Doing their job. That's pretty watching. You're okay.
You know, I bet you have a list. Here's the first thing. Maybe it was yesterday. I think it should have been 30. We'll just attach the other list to it.
And this needs to go
Then we need a journal, so good thing we did the other. Do you need something?
We're waiting for the list,
Oh,
so we can check our tape.
okay. Jake, you want to go downstairs and see if that list is ready, so that.
Should we move on and come back to it?
Yeah, just put it to the side. Or go downstairs.
Let me
and
go
get that.
downstairs.
Just gonna go get that.
Okay.
I come right back.
This is the incomplete list of voters.
Okay, we're gonna put it, the name on it.
Oh, no,
We're
Sharon,
gonna stick it into the board.
they're waiting for the AV list, not the signal.
Oh, then tell her to seal that envelope. Seal that envelope,
Right.
everyone needs.
You'll need to
seal
seal
that.
that because you're waiting for the AV list.
And put a note that it's incomplete, waiting for that
No,
list.
they're waiting for the AV list, we're waiting
Oh,
for
they're not, it's them.
summary of.
They got it.
Statement of votes, okay.
Statement of votes.
Okay.
So theirs is coming.
That's the last thing we have to do is compare this with that.
Okay, but I think both had an AV.
We have ours, we didn't have any problem, it's in there.
Oh, it's in there,
We
wow.
counted it and
Jason.
Okay,
we included it in the totals.
Right
Yes?
on there,
We're waiting
attached
for
on
the
there.
AV.
I understand.
Okay.
See,
Greta
this
just
was in the-
explained, so.
We're the
Thank you,
canvass
Jason.
Yep.
I'm kind of confused here.
It was incomplete.
That's the second one
Contact
we've not
clerk
received all
receives
your
complete
sheets.
list.
I've
And
only
then if
done-
anybody
we've only
ever
done
challenged
3.
it, they can see that it was missing.
This is our
those
third.
pages. It was missing pages from blah, blah, blah.
Incomplete list, missing photos.
Yeah.
That should be signed by both of you.
Maybe come.
So it was the incomplete submitted clerk's envelope. You see the completed missing pages.
Sharon, what was the second part of that?
Received incomplete
Stop that.
voter list in clerk's envelope. Contacted local clerk, received completed voter list.
First one was Rhoda, looked like this one was Rhoda. And we finished that, and then we just got out of this.
On this date, pages, blah, 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 from this point that were missing.
Got it. That's what she did.
Nope. That didn't sound right. That's what last week.
Did you get any last night?
I was with the Bureau last night, filling out the state report. But I got a few.
That had been,
I'm just happy to have the report done.
okay, incomplete list, this is pages 43 through 59. Incomplete, contacted clerk, received current list on
Say
11.
completed list. Complete list, full list. I would also say per phone call, the clerk said they had printer, paper jams from their printer. I tell you, I'm kind of awful. It made me sound.
Write it up here as a note. Excellent idea, I like that.
Is this a good spot for it?
How fast?
This is a good spot for it?
I wonder if we should move forward to another page. Yes, sir. Let's ask, because I hate to say, coming right up, if they're not, I don't want to. You know how. And I know you're living on West Point, so I know, but Jesus, that's my favorite spot. I know, it worked well when we were in the room, but here's what it is.
So you have 2 or 3 of them going on.
Yeah, I don't want that.
I know, it was the work in the health department. We've done that. I learned a lot, thank God. And the services have been shut down. It's a bad. I'm sorry to bug you, but I've got Greta with me and we have the Clover Township one. Is it ready or should I move them forward onto another project? Because I sent Jason down to get it.
Just a minute, I can't hear you, Mom.
Okay. Should, I'm
Okay,
sorry,
say again.
should I move
then forward from Paloma 1 if the list is not completed. Because is the list ready or not ready? Because otherwise I'll have them seal the envelope and go to another.
I've been on the phone with Sandy, she was totally confused, didn't have an idea, I talked to Cheryl at Coloma, Township.
Oh, this is the other one.
Already sent the list in the county envelope, I asked her to please just email it to me again, and I am waiting for the email to come so I can print it off and bring it up.
That's not the list we're talking about. That's the list where Cheryl and Just are working on. The one that Greta needs is, I'll let Greta explain.
It's that list that has like a summary of the votes, and we compare it to our tape. It has everybody's name and the number of votes that they received.
Oh, we got it.
So you want the statement?
Oh, we don't need it. Wait, we're incorrect. Cheryl's got it.
No, I don't have it, but we need that list.
But you're not gonna
No,
get
no,
to
stop.
us.
But we need Bainbridge.
Don't do it, don't
We
do
don't
it.
have any of those.
You don't have Columbus while you're waiting?
Hold on.
No, we don't have any of that up here.
Okay, so we're in a different conversation.
We thought Cheryl had it in her
No,
packet,
we're
but she
two
doesn't.
different
I don't think any have been printed for Paloma. Right. So that's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, none of these reports have been printed
Right.
yet, because we didn't have the total.
Got it.
So
This is
we have to print reports as you need them, and it takes time, because there's like 40, 50 pages per report.
Okay, Sharon was wondering if we should just let you do what you're doing and print it when you can and seal up this envelope, because that's the only thing we have left to do, and move on to another one. Would that take some pressure off you?
Yes.
Okay.
I just can't make my printer work any faster than it is.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Cheryl asked me a different question with pertaining to a different project. So, okay, understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Seal it up.
Yeah. Fill it up, and just write a note. Separate the report. Is this part of that, is that the board canvas? This is ours.
Yeah, this is ours.
So are we gonna put that in there and say board of canvassers is in that, waiting for report, and then you guys put me, then we know that you gotta go back to that one.
Yeah,
That
we'll put
is
a big
back here.
sticky note on it.
Until we get the report. Then I'll give you a new one.
But you would like us to seal the large envelope.
Yes, but then put the board of canvassers in there, then you don't have to seal one envelope if you seal it inside there. Go back to it.
We have to. Looks like a nice one.
Seal up.
Looked at it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, what's up here?
She said to put it down here.
Oh,
Yeah, then you can go back to it. She's waiting for the printer.
call you. Who's reported that?
This is just. Any
Any clamps, black markers, any of this box. Jason?
Yeah.
We need your next municipality. And so, it might be in that box or this box. Okay. I'm gonna give you the whole set so that if the one report's printed, then you guys are have a report. Then it makes it seems to be a good idea, but it didn't.
We're going to be pausing our work on Paloma Township 1 while we wait for a report to get printed. We're going to continue on with Royalton Township, Precinct 1.
I'll get you the cool cameras.
Three of them. She said keep them together because, you know, when we get that report, it'll be-
Sure.
Yeah, but you'll be the other list.
No, they print.
Oh. Excuse me, Madam Chair. Jason just informed me that Colma Township AV list, did you finish Colma Township precinct? When you finished Colma Township, did they put the 1 and the 2,
They put the entire AV list in.
In here?
so the other half of that list belongs in there, so they put everything, they combined it, and they should have gave them the other half. They did not separate.
Okay.
So
It's
they
all good,
need,
we looked
But
at
why
it.
did,
so you have the list, but they put it in the wrong envelope.
why did mine tie out?
But then hers tied out better.
Yeah,
It worked. So what did they do? Put it in the same thing?
Well, they listed all the AVs from both sets.
But they can't do that.
We'll just, well, we'll see what, that was my thought, that that's what happened. But I guess
That's not.
we'll
But
see.
you can't because.
She can't be, she
all
couldn't,
those
that's not
numbers
true.
to
But he
balance.
needs precinct 2, that, otherwise it won't work. So she needs to make a copy of that.
All right. I thought that,
No, that's not.
sorry.
Maybe I didn't balance it correctly.
You need to
Neither of us are gonna
go, need to
balance that.
contact, you take that phone call over there and talk to Colma Township.
Yeah, right. We split that list.
Yeah.
They're getting,
Who
they're
told you
getting,
that, Sheila or the?
no, I was just going through my head.
No,
so,
oh,
yeah.
I thought you got that
No,
this back.
no, no.
Oh, that's not true.
This is English.
Is it not?
All right.
Oh, it's complete.
I
Good
moved
job.
that, yes.
Put them all together, this is separate.
Why don't you tell Dave once it's done, and I will print that and announce that before we go to the next packet.
And Royalton,
I will get that. So, yeah, pick 1 and 2 are the words. 1, 2, AV.
Okay, so, 4 homes still waiting. You have to go. We got to have our own AV.
Are we waiting for something?
That's the receiving board checklist, that's not us, that's done.
Sorry,
That's okay. We just,
I didn't pack the bags. And I don't have the bags. I'm gonna give you the whole thing so that I don't.
It's one, two,
Because what
three,
worries
four.
me is if I give, I don't want them needing to list you.
Are you doing more else?
Since it's 40 to 50
Yes.
to 60 pages.
So I'm just gonna say, hold it, have a say.
One.
Okay,
John.
Sharon, are they doing colonial?
No, they're doing
When
rapid.
we were working yesterday with our checklist,
They're
did
pulling
you have a
tight
checklist
up
that already had
because
the name typed in at the top? Are we not doing that now? Or should I just, we can just write it in ourselves?
Yes, but we should have
And it
it
takes a
typed
long
in.
time for our.
So let me see if it's in my
pages.
file.
We're talking about 70 pages.
Yep, here we go.
And we get 20
In this.
That one,
That's,
one, Sharon.
okay, you're on hold on this one?
That one, because we're missing.
Okay, so what I want to do, you got to seal it. Please just put this one, put this inside, put this right here, put a big rubber band around it, and when it comes back, then you can go back to this one, until she can get that. Probably not. Well, you need here. Yeah.
For writing, but it doesn't give the writing because those votes are not being counted.
Yeah.
So I worked 36 and a half hours straight, along with the rest of the sections. I got no other, the other mandates for writing votes. at
Well,
this
she
time.
gave you those.
And I'm not given time to.
I know,
Yeah.
we don't usually do
Okay?
two presentations together on the same thing,
Sharon?
because we have an envelope for each
Right,
person.
can't, the write-ins can't.
Oh, good.
In the RTR system,
Yeah.
all it gives is a writing total.
You also have
To the name.
extra ones.
So they can't canvas to write in, but for one, you can count it.
How are we gonna do that?
I have to have time to enter that in the system.
Okay.
And in order to do that, I need the town clerk's writing page.
Of each of those after we're done?
Well, then you're gonna have to re-canvas just for the writing.
Right.
If I start with the envelopes that are downstairs and open these up, I can get those results in, but I will need these envelopes back to put the write-ins for these jurisdictions in.
All right. So we have some completed.
Okay,
Take the ones which you, here's,
take those that are completed, those first, so then they can go and one more time.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so let's do this. We'll finish what we got here.
okay.
Go to one of the ones what you got down there, which then they can work on it next.
Okay.
But the only problem is we need to get, are you, did I give you all this?
Um,
I'm going to take a conversation.
I'm writing that down.
Do you have all the Board of Canvassers
I don't
ones?
know what we're gonna do, I'm just doing it.
this is, Richmond City.
Oh, sorry.
Got them all?
And I'm still,
Yes, plus the county, we have five, so we need two.
You're in good, oh, you need those sheets. Ready to go to sheriff's, what do you have right in?
yeah, but it's not a copy, it's a fine, because it wasn't in the system.
Where are the sheets? The names of, are they over there? Did you get them, Benton Harbor? They need the sheets over there for the others.
Yeah, I understand. So,
What we have time to work on.
No, we don't want to do that. No, she's getting, I think they're over at the end. Little sheets
Well,
with you
and
together, were already filled out. I think we would have been better, probably not.
And the thing is, I have two percent on one sheet, but we can't do that.
He's got them. Yeah, he's gonna give you.
So,
we do pull
Oh, they weren't in order.
mhm.
Okay.
and On this tabulator, they get precinct 1 and 2. So it's going to be recorded that way. Does that make sense? Yes, it does.
Road
And
and
also
Hills
it's
and
very
then 81.
I'm sure it does, but it will have
And you can only get so many tabulated clerks. And because things are shut down, the manufacturing of that has to be like.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah, actually, it was Bertrand Township that actually did receive it.
Right. Okay, so now we are all done. Once I
I was looking for the other sheets. Yeah, rearrangement.
Yeah.
That
will be for
We
the-
can fill out our own.
That will be for the, you have extras?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
We'll just go
We'll
on.
just use them for extras, but that one will be for the AV.
That's only,
Yeah.
that's only.
So,
So if I find somebody,
I would never say that one. That's what we need.
get those reports and then, so then
then
I will keep them working with the writing. Then you take whatever you got down and do the writers one, and then I'll close this box, and then we'll come back and do the So, the writings before I do those reports, we have to take them back. So, the writings have to come back. It won't take me long. So, I want you to do those writers right now, and this, they need to see me. I will take them downstairs. And everyone will come down, and everyone will be
And then if I go up, then I'll just not come as well.
okay. All right, that'll keep them going. So if we tell them, you know, things goes, and then they'll have to go back and do the writings on it.
excuse me, Madam Chair. With the report through the state of Michigan, and you don't have yet, the write-ins will still need to be canvassed on what you have already completed. So Sheila's going to enter that documentation into the state, and then I want you to re-canvass only on the ones you've already completed, just the write-ins. So then we can put these as completely done. Because the write-ins are the last thing, and write-ins, we have to make sure they were qualified write-ins. So they needed additional inspections that they don't come into it head away.
Just looking at different, it was included, they don't have it, so, oh, we're right.
Well, you just have to re-canvass the write-in. You won't canvass the whole thing, just the write-in, because we had to make sure everything was certified and how the numbers come in.
Okay, we have entities that don't have any write-ins.
Well, this is what we're verifying through this, yes,
Pardon me?
Every jurisdiction will have a write-in.
because the sheriff rates have a write-in.
So they may
Every
not have any
one.
votes, but I have.
They didn't have a right,
that.
but there was a write-in candidate in every race in Berrien County, because there was a write-in for the sheriff.
Now, our write-ins matched up.
They didn't have the candidates
The
name
name.
on write-in?
No, they didn't have the name. Well, we'll get it to you and explain it later.
The
But
two that
you
we
just need
finished
to complete the
yesterday.
canvassing on these, what you've already completed, just on write-ins. So this will be a separate box, and we'll get everything balanced, and then you'll have the write-ins.
Moving forward, when I bring something up.
It will
be
have the
complete
write-ins
for
done,
you.
but we need to get
Okay,
you,
so this one that's on hold,
well, okay,
the
that, who is that?
Paloma that we have on hold.
I did not get their AV list
We'll
yet
just-
emailed. They were to email it to me. It has not come in.
Okay. I need you to go downstairs, I need big, quart rubber bands. I need some black markers, I need some big black blanks. And could you bring me some colored paper? So I can write notes down.
I'm gonna go start opening county board applications.
Okay,
That way I can get the report, and when I bring it up, you know it's complete.
okay, oh, and tell Jason to bring me a couple extra boxes, because I'm gonna relabel boxes.
Okay.
Sorry. It's weird when you don't get everything in at the same time.
Oh,
In the canvassing.
I'm not.
Complete.
Okay.
I need all your major canvassing you sent.
Just right in. Now we can start.
They're always-
Seating board, that's why it's drawn over here, so late. It's not ours. And then it's, then you think you're done. And then it's.
Cheryl, that's in your wait list, right there at the end of the table, they'll have theirs for the table, we're waiting for material. So then I don't lose it. But you're gonna have a box and all of that.
Challenge, yes, there was. Right. Maybe nobody wrote it.
On our right-hand page.
Going to hold on write it, so just,
Everything we do is gonna be.
right now until she gets, she's gotta come back, so just, everything you do was up here right now. Write-ins are on hold until she comes back with the report,
Well, what I'm saying, they didn't
because
write it.
we haven't put that report, I haven't put the report in myself. So don't freak out on the write-ins, just that, you know what, you guys have a yellow highlighter. If you don't, I'll put. Okay, Diane, that's what I need.
I put a sticky note on.
Yeah, put a sticky note, say, waiting on write-in. Because then you'll just get this back on the write-ins.
Okay.
The bulk of it will be done, just be the write-ins.
Okay.
I don't believe, like in the sheriff's race, we're gonna see that number.
Well, see, what I'm getting at is they wrote done here.
Well, that's why she's gonna verify it. She's gonna print that whole thing out. She's gonna look at it.
One of these things is said done.
When we get,
That's
when
why
we
you're
get
gonna
that,
canvass to
we,
see if it really
as
is.
a group, talk about what we're going to do
That's why
individually.
we're double checking with another report,
Okay.
so that we don't have any problems. Any issues. Pardon?
Yeah, that's good.
None.
Is that, what is it, right, don't do anything with write-ins until she comes back. Write-ins, we will canvass later. So you don't have to worry about it.
Now they do the whole.
But even if there is a name that says nothing, we don't worry about it.
Right, because you know what, they probably wrote it down, you gotta remember, these
More
are
than none
people
should
who
appear
have
on
not
the
slept 24 hours, and they may not have had the list, and then they got it afterwards and found that it was an invalid, so don't worry about write-ins until we come back and canvass them.
This is to verify that the ballots cast on the total page and on the state of the voters, like the voters list. There's Elizabeth. That's Colby.
Thank you, Doc.
Well, oh, so we're looking for the state.
Yeah, that's what, that's,
So what do we got? Bodies.
How many?
I'm sorry. So it's 5:59. Scroll down, it's 5:59. So I need to throw it out now.
maybe just, is it internet out? Like, and in our book, number of tabulated, that's why I didn't hear,
Well, that's what I was looking at.
number of voters like 59, that's why it ties out. But we still have to check the tape.
Yep, yep, yep.
Yes, they're right. This has split, so you need to go down there and find the total.
This is one to
No, I just did this yesterday.
yes. That's 3 and 4 too, so if you want to pull up what we, okay. What else?
One list, section one contains legal variability. I can write down the which page. I'll get some paper first.
Peter, my brain.
Okay.
559 on our voters list, 559 on the certificate list. Where they wrote it in, and we have 559 on our sheet. That's the reading and check that the state did. It's called a zero coding sheet, and it's not for us, I think it's for the tabulator of checks, and they just send it sometimes, we don't do anything with it. We don't. Yeah. They changed mine. They initialed it. That's good. I think everybody that was present, everybody signed this certificate. Here's our list of voters. 559. I'm getting started with the remarks. I am if it's in here.
That's great.
You didn't have it in there. Someone took a break, someone else covered. We didn't have a lot of activity at the beginning, at 8:30.
Other ones could be rubber band around the set, so it doesn't get.
Someone was assisted, someone swelled the ballot, someone took a break.
Then another thing set, I'm just gonna rubber band so that another pile gets in there, puts together.
That was like a computer, voters' names.
These are all done, just waiting for write-ins, but they don't both need to be rubber bands.
And they get entered with the.
Because they're. Otherwise, will it be resorting?
They don't seem to be. All the remarks. They're unremarkable. Well, it's time to go to the balance on our city.
I don't need them all. I got plenty of them. I think they are. You're right, maybe. Want to put them all on the same side. You get a chance, will you alphabetize these? Try to put the cities with the towns. I'm sorry.
I don't know the name of the years, but the city years do just that. Every single office, and every single place, every single. No, it's the ones so they're not giving a book. Yeah, I know.
So that's
So,
what they're doing.
once to the point where now. we have
And
to
they
go
put them
out
in
and
the
do
white box until she brings it.
that. Okay.
You can do only what you've got until everything. So
They're not
then you just seal it up and put it in the white box, put a rubber band around it, and you let your pen
So all the
point,
babies
you
went
go
to
back to
that.
the white
We'll
box.
see that after we do
Gives
two.
you that big notebook. Unfortunately, I can't. With this one, you can have 150
We've got
pages.
Two envelopes.
So,
And this
This
is
is ours, it's
that
actually.
was-
No, I mean,
Oh,
So it's gonna be bigger than.
I know, so that's why it's taking long. I apologize, but
No, don't.
Got it.
from 1 o'clock to that, you
One
can't.
A, one B.
Our equipment doesn't work that fast, and since they cut our, they cut our lines, all the internet last night, so I had to look it up. So we just got that message.
We found what we needed on there. Yeah, better tell you what
Excellent.
we see that it's not on there. And we're gonna use that when we come up with it.
Yeah, that's
But
good.
right now, we don't need to look at that anymore.
Okay. Other trips without it.
We don't have the list.
Yeah, we're waiting, that's what she was working on. That's why she's going to have the list until she can get it printed.
That's all right.
So we don't have all that part to do and and then this sheet, see, I wrote Cheryl and just ready for info. And you'll go back.
And now, yeah, okay, because usually we don't have to wait for those.
Right.
And that's,
You usually
that's why.
start on a Thursday, not
Yes.
on a Wednesday.
Yes.
So you are a day and a half ahead of schedule.
No, we're not, because we only not. We had so many problems yesterday
So
that he
before
didn't.
we had time to work on this, we didn't have any, we're still working.
Now I understand
Name,
why things are so different.
Yeah, it's because it's usually that we get a break in these weeks.
and therefore,
It's a, no,
Is this something that we can, we have the children and,
I don't know if does this indicate they actually did have.
no, it says none.
No, there was no information,
Okay,
no information provided, no.
the first time I've seen this sheet.
Yeah, it's, we have a lot of new sheets.
This is a new sheet we haven't seen before,
I know.
and it's for provisional ballots, and therefore, there's none.
None is good. I like none. I live with none.
and this one has civil.
I know, there's well, we don't have tape, remember? You're gonna get
I'm
the
just
tape.
gonna get the tape, so,
I need tape.
okay.
That's what I don't have. Tape. I have a tape. I think the supplies like staplers and stuff maybe left up here, so I'm not carrying it upstairs. I
Yeah.
can find it.
I'm gonna get you some tape.
Please.
Remember after $2 return receipts, but there's a new timing board, so there won't be any. So that totals up to $595, which is $595. And then it's just that doesn't change the bottom line. All right, check it out, some, only thing we haven't checked off is, write-ins, which we're waiting for because of the sheriff. Yeah. Sharon, we're waiting for the statement of votes for everything.
Right, so we're gonna put it in your, weight it to a box.
Okay.
We will put a rubber band and we'll write a piece of paper on that, waiting for the statement of vote.
You gotta put it back in the
Yes.
That's your
Sure,
box.
it'll be the same spot.
Yes.
I looked at it. We're good.
Need rubber bands.
I didn't seal right now.
Okay, we'll rubber band that.
So we're, but we're supposed to seal it.
Yeah,
Seal it.
right, so that nothing else can get in it. A little different process. I'm just preparing for the next step.
I don't know, maybe, what is that medical marijuana? Maybe actually part of it. It's big thing. You don't get enough seed, you need a little chunk of medical marijuana.
We are now making custom documents. Major consumer study.
Really not a good idea to put foreign things in
You
you.
don't even represent there, it affects them, period. It affects your intestine, so be very careful with that.
I never, I wouldn't
I
even know where
would
to
never
get
do
it.
that, but I never heard that before. Because I know of a family member who has that problem and losing it to that.
We'll write out.
And I never knew they had to work something like that. There's something in that they put in there that's not meant
For everybody, but that's true on all of us.
Yeah. We got concerned about getting the zero totals page.
Yeah.
Oh,
Think of the little
Did you
things
get one?
when you need them, but
Let's
otherwise.
just
you
have
don't.
zeros all over. I don't have anything that I wanna do with it.
It'd be nice if you just throw it out over here.
I know.
And it's only one.
Well, boo-hoo, I'll just roll it in.
We'll help you in the roll.
Hmm?
Jason, like,
Well,
Yeah.
We're
Jason will
just
roll.
putting it to bed.
Now that I'm done,
Then you can put a clip on it, so that they can unroll it later.
Good job.
You don't have to worry about that, we'll help you.
All right, we've got seals, so that we can seal these two up.
Were there any write-ins?
No, nothing has right.
You're not doing any write-ins because she's working on the write-in thing. They're coming back, they're gonna cancel the write-ins after the fact.
So on my
But
checklist.
we're
I
waiting
didn't-
for the reports to all be.
I didn't
finished.
sign off
So
on
they're
that,
doing
but
everything they
that's-
possibly can until we get everything on.
Sounds good.
Standing in front.
No.
No, it'll take
It's-
it'll take so many minutes before
We are
it
now
shows
starting
you.
on
It's
Harvard
weird.
City.
Actually, you're
Ward
not
one,
in the
precinct
camera.
one.
It's right
Oh, the
there.
camera's up.
Gotcha, that's right.
So they got my back for the whole.
It's got your arm in it, not me,
So I'm like, okay, well, I'll take it.
because I'm so close.
You want to finish?
Yeah.
But make one box sit, and one box around sit, and maybe we can patch this so much.
Here's the worst spot, Jason. You can see the bald spot on my
Yeah,
head.
there you go.
You got worse one. How about that?
You know what he is? He was a
Oh, he's really-
He's not here.
I can tell what was happening. If you want to say a remark, they wrote the 6 and they corrected it with all the names, so if you want to put that in the remarks, then that's fine, but that's not to tell. They looked at, just wrote wrong, right, so it doesn't. But I don't think, some people retired and not thinking, oh, it isn't.
I'm surprised people
Under the situation. Yes. I mean, what do we got?
Is it in the other box?
I think we got the box from the night of the election, and then we got it sorted, but I don't know when we had it sorted, so. They were busy too.
So this is.
Yeah.
Upset balance. The world in this class.
Oh, so they can be completed, the write-ins. Okay. Can I put you on speakerphone and? Yeah, would you do that when you come up? I think that'd be better, because then I won't miss something in the translation. Thank you. Bye. Sheila's gonna explain, you will be able to canvass the write-ins without the other, she'll just explain how you do it,
Okay.
okay? So we will be able to go back and fix those, what you have completed.
And then we'll be done.
Then you'll be done with those. So she called the state, and she'll explain. So, Mr. Ryan.
Okay. Hey, I got one of those.
We don't really work on it, we just have to make sure they're there, and
Well, yeah, 812, 812.
so let's keep these and the tape and the, and I don't know if you can actually put them back in.
Oh,
Or just require to open it and to look at them.
this is Mr. Ash's country general.
That's our envelope for canvas or envelope. Because in case it is wrong, we have to copy them.
So you're getting the house with everything, so then we'll put them in. Yeah, why don't you go in and do it, then I'll understand it, and then you can explain it. Jason, you want to order to understand?
Well,
This will go better. The election has been.
Report, it's just gonna say write-in and a number. But if they will look at this page, they will see, if it says write-in 4, they will see that it belongs to this. Okay?
So what are they looking, comparing it from for the tape?
The report, so if the statement of duties passed.
These reports, so, okay. It's Berrien right now.
On the fingers, but you won't.
That's Berrien.
So, for president, there is, all right. So if you go here, this is the total, you gotta go to the, gotta go to, and then we have to change it.
Yeah, they have put it together on their pages.
See how it says right in, unresolved write-in, you have it all there. They can see on the write-in page, Levy Park.
Now my question is, do they still have?
I gave them the sheets, yes.
So,
Yeah, I'm sure they still have.
so they could verify it that way,
Okay.
okay? Now, Brian Carroll wasn't on the report yet, so that's what I'm regenerating, but the one that they have. The
So
local
shouldn't they
candidate,
wait, so shouldn't we wait pretty much everything
they
before?
should, but I'm just saying, if this write-in page is a local race, they can do it. If it's a congressional,
Should we just wait and just do all the write-ins at one time?
you could.
Because otherwise they're gonna get confused.
They are going to get confused, I just wanted to show
So
you that it is
it's
here.
possible to do it on the local races, but not on the federal.
But I'm taking care of that right now.
Okay, I don't want to, I think we just, so I don't want you to, I want to do it all.
Oh, okay. I just wanted you to do that option.
I think otherwise I'm just, no, we do write-ins, we do all the write-ins. I don't want to do write-in, part one, write-in. But I understand what you're saying, that it is capable of doing.
It's capable.
Good.
So if they look at an envelope,
So I'm good.
they do have the information,
Okay.
but I just.
All right. Excuse me, Sheila brought to my attention, you could do the write-in. So it is possible to do the local race, but on the federal level, she has to complete it. So I prefer, and if you agree with me, because I am not a voting member, I'd rather do the complete write-in at one canvas than the local than the federal. I think it's too confusing to have two phases.
And there's also the ability for something to get in the wrong envelope.
Okay, I agree.
Okay.
Opening and resealing too many times. All right, I just want to make sure.
I want to make sure that we get that this there.
It's a good suggestion, but since we
Well,
keep on
when
sealing.
we talk to election force, prior to the election,
Since he doesn't do that.
he told me to, we were instructed to publish. We should have published, because then when the candidates came in, we were added a there, then published. So right now,
You're
doing
going
a
to.
back step in there, so I wanted, they mentioned that to me, I wanted to see it.
Okay, good. Good to know.
I'll be back.
Yeah, and then there's no explanation, just an email.
Schools are just going to. Your write-ins are. Your write-ins are basically schools because people did not apply. And they didn't have voters.
Usually we have none, but we do have two. And we've had a name in the past.
What is this?
It's been Helen voters. In the past, it's either says, it usually says issued a ballot, They resolved it. There's nothing in the remarks column about these two people. Are we required to go through the voter list and see if they actually are on it and if they got a ballot?
Yeah, go into the remarks.
I looked at all the remarks.
Is that-
We looked at them together.
Is that, city of Benton?
No, this is Royalton too.
Okay, finish the Royalton and then add all your questions for Royalton on that one, then we will call the clerk at Royalton and let's ask the question. And then I would probably, as Sharon Geisler usually like, write it in writing what the clerk says, you can either call that clerk in or you can take it by phone. Okay, what do you think?
They should have.
They should have,
written
they
up
did
a
not,
Resolution.
yeah, they did not put a resolution to it, okay, to the challenge.
You didn't see him on the board.
Well, I didn't look at it, I mean, we didn't do that. We went back to the- Once we either say they should have done it or not, or make a comment in the remarks.
There's all
And
sorts
I'm
of mess
pretty
up.
sure we didn't see it in the remarks.
Okay.
Oh, he's,
Right, you didn't turn it in.
so he turned it in on the right time.
No,
So he's late, so
he's late.
so he is going to sign, like, from that point, and then we'll put down the third,
Then you did. I just wanted to.
yeah,
check with
you're
you.
gonna have to, you don't have to let him know, give him a phone call and say, if, I don't know, if you can resolve it by phone, or set up a time and just go with it. Or send him an email and say, or you might walk it in and let him handwrite it, and I think, set up an appointment that he can come in and take them into that one desk in front of you and tell him what he needs to do.
Yes.
But he did submit it in.
You did submit it and then
Just tell him he's recording. It must have been something from the election when it went through the thing, it just grabbed it, chewed it up. Yeah, that's what you had. I don't even know, I've never seen. He was on the ballot or write-in.
right. But the mayor candidate at the time.
Did he do a report, or did he take a waiver, or?
He did win because he wasn't.
You think you challenged, then you have to follow it. I don't think, if the mayor wins, I don't think the president.
No, the mayor wasn't.
You know, I remember him ready to go.
That's it. You remember ballots.
You would.
2.4. The
Really didn't see it.
according to the poll vote was 2.5.
So I don't think the mayor is totally correct. I got an email.
And I think the remarks section answers it. They had a woman who came in. Who was in the precinct of the staff didn't catch it.
I think if you
And they tried to cancel the ballot and they weren't able to.
That's his choice. I never got it. So, you know, I never got it. I never saw it.
Okay,
Interesting.
and I think it was that fear. Oh, hold on, where did you do that? Oh, right there we go. No, okay.
that it was okay, and she wanted to put it on a ballot, the other one, which was good.
Wakefield.
Trying to help her out.
I didn't see that one.
He didn't understand. He's not that bad about
Okay.
So they both got ballot. We found most of those people.
I'm gonna come over to you, because it seems like these masks have to be here.
You can't see someone's mouth moving, sometimes you can't.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, it looks better.
We just went through the list, and we found both of those people on the list, and they both received ballots, so I don't think that we have an issue.
Okay,
It's just that, we're used to seeing the resolution.
okay,
It
so
usually it says received ballot.
do you wanna make a note, or do you want to tell them, this clerk will no longer be the clerk? He did not run for clerk, you have to charge her a bill, and you have a new clerk. But that is something we can add in training in the future. We can call clerk, or the chairperson of that and say in the future that,
Please
you
put
can
it.
write a note, it's your choice.
It would be easier than having us go through the whole book of this.
So if you're resolved, and you might not put it here.
That's okay.
There's a, would appreciated a resolve on that. That's probably what I would do.
Result, to be from result, channel.
They should have done that.
We shouldn't have.
It would have been better to. You didn't remember, they've been, they've probably been dealing with.
Yes, and they even do
A
this.
lot of heavy. I'm sorry.
Been there, did that, done that.
So at what point will we call, we're already going back.
Do you want
to
to
this.
call on that, or do you, you don't have to, if you feel comfortable with it.
I
If you feel comfortable, then write that, you don't have to call them.
Yeah.
You're done with that. And we'll just put it in the remarks, if it's not going to change any outcome or anything, then just say red remarks. In the future, the local clerk should have resolved the challenge. I have a hunch now from what we just observed, that they may end up not reading the form and resolving it through the remarks instead of getting on.
They didn't have it in their books either, that's the only problem.
Oh, they didn't.
And this is really easy to just check it off.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't, they would have been really, and you'd have thought if they'd gone that far to write that, they would have,
Staff,
but I don't know what they were dealing with,
their
so.
provisional ballot by accident, and we denied, tried to
Well,
change the
my-
ballot, but we're not able to, so then it came up as a
Okay.
provisional.
Then I don't
Not a
think,
challenge.
I don't think that's, and I don't think it's gonna change your outcome yet.
If it's in the comments, then it's.
And you might both initial it so that they know that you're in agreement.
Yeah.
She was in the wrong place. The staff did provisional ballot by accident and tried to cancel the ballot, but they were not able to. And then as it comes out back here, it came down as a challenge ballot. But it really isn't a challenge ballot.
Right. But they gave an explanation.
They gave
They
it,
resolved it.
They resolved it.
kind of sort of. They say that they have 245 voting, but of course, I'm going to assume that she was taken out even though it doesn't say. And the tape says 244. So the tape doesn't agree with the list.
Well, it did as it.
Jason?
What Jess said, he just has it down right.
I just don't want the state coming after us because
They are not
we
going to,
all.
because they didn't tabulate it.
Okay, we all understand what
I
happened.
know, because
Then,
every time I
if you
started writing
understand
something,
what
it got
happens
worse.
on your sheet, you can write on the back of the sheet and say, we understand this, you two got,
We
you
will
can
do
put an
that.
explanation.
We will do that.
On the challenge.
Yeah, just write it on the back of that checklist
We'll do that.
and say, we reviewed the challenge and it was not tabulated, so, okay. And since it was challenged anyhow,
I
they
said
didn't want
that
to.
they were challenged, I said.
Unfortunately,
we could get
you gotta
that, and
remember,
they said it was not.
This was the largest voting attendance ever, so.
I know, but I just don't want
I
anybody to
understand.
question.
That's why I want you to write it.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the next one?
So make sure you put it on your checklist on the back.
Yes.
I would write it on the back.
Something was up, but.
So on the list of voters, it was I'm gonna call it the SOB like they.
I'm so glad we are in the health department.
I had good school.
And you know how long we've been doing it? I think it's based on the other.
I can't help that, she's working on it. They're working on it.
three-point check. We've got the voters, SOV, we've got the tape, we've got the certificate in the book. Did I say 720?
Yep.
Right, we're ready for the ballot summary. You've read the remarks. There are three types of ballots. 12.
This all together.
Retabulation required, no. So, we completed this. We wrote a Harry remark about that. Everything's checked off the things, right? So we're ready to seal it up. Oh, sorry. I was busy writing on here, and I never checked the box. Checked the box, got the seat.
So again, two. Pause. I should write down one. This one, you say,
Oh, yeah.
precinct one, I'm just saying.
Everything's for the state. State, because we don't have those yet, everything's for the writings.
showing evidence.
You don't usually go to lunch till at least maybe.
Election inspectors should have started part of it.
I think you could adequately get, like, another one. You could get the roll out. You could get the, tape out with this hole I have over here.
Hey, what's that?
Or put one more. Gonna cover this hole. It's not with the ball, but with seal. You could pull it right on.
Duct tape, one that trims everything. I'm playing around in my box.
That's the issue with these tables. Yeah, that's why we're not just flattening them down, so they're not sticking up like nails. Because then the stuff comes off.
That's.
Let's look at their comments first. And,
Did you pull about that one yet, or no? The one you're working on? Okay. Oh,
yeah, let's,
we have.
let's open up.
But I think you have a public comment that's addressed that you want to have. You can do yeah, let's.
Greta?
Greta,
Larry, can we?
we have an issue here. And Carolyn Prine should state which precinct we're talking about.
We are doing Benton Harbor City, Ward 2-1.
Okay, I was a poll challenger to this precinct, to the board. I had submitted 16 challenges, all based on the absentee voter. And looking at this, it shows that there were no challenges and so on.
What's that offensive?
Doesn't make any difference in
Doesn't
challenge.
make any difference. Well, it doesn't, I'm gonna try to go back on track.
Go in the one next to you. Would you please, yes, there were, but there is no in.
There's a note there saying that I had challenged.
It says, I have to find it.
Challenges.
It said that you spent. Challenger Ray challenges the votes that received 80 ballot for the most part of the morning.
For the most part of the day. Yeah. And the
If you run
total,
mornings.
okay, so the total 16 for the day. And none of those were documented, and none of those are listed on the challenge voters. And I had 16 of them.
Did you use a tally or a log?
Did you look in the remarks?
Yeah.
What's the reason for the challenges?
Maybe.
Any ballot was challenged. We also had, and then they didn't say what they had. Spoiled roast Rose Shelton's ballot was challenged. No comment. Ballot 265 was spoiled. Another spoiled, another spoiled, another spoiled, another spoiled, another spoiled, but no other challenges listed.
So they don't have a challenge voters page?
Mm-mm. And they didn't put anything in here as challenged, except the one that should have been voting in precinct 4.
And that was actually a provisional ballot.
But you wrote, and this is what I was talking about, they wrote challenged. Should have been in Ward 4, and she came to 2 to vote. But when it comes to listing the challenged, there are none.
So you can call your options, contact the chair, we can call the clerk and have the chair explain the reasons, and it's up to the board of canvassers how you want to address this issue.
And if they don't write down the challenged voters, does this mean that this is not, what happens to the vote?
Depends on what the issue is and how you resolve it, and depending on what your decision is, we can contact the Bureau of Elections.
Do you have your law?
Do you have them so that they can see the law?
I have the list of the voters. The voters that are challenged.
Can you provide that to them, just
Did
say,
you see that?
I'm sorry, but we need some factual.
What were the challenges? Were they all challenged for the same reason?
But he's gonna show you the documentation.
She's got no.
So, the first one, Kid Thompson, and then I went to just, so whenever there's AD, those are the ones that I challenged,
They were absentee voters?
that were mailed a ballot, and they had claimed that they didn't receive the ballot. The chair had called up City Hall, I guess, to find out if the ballot had been recorded. And they said it had not, so they gave them the right ballot, but they also challenged them. Just so we have.
Yeah, the QBF did not, probably.
Get off the AD board and let's see
Make
if
a copy of this.
Rosie really actually vote. Because we can check, we have the ballots. So let's do some checking to see what we can find out, because I would hate to not have all the information.
And then there was one individual that said he had returned his ballot, he sent it back, filled it out and sent it back, but that wasn't recorded. He was given
Huh?
another.
I'm sorry.
Did you get here, did you get out the absentee ballot list? 16 of them.
So bring that up. Jason has something to share.
Now, it could mean that for each challenge, now the election chairman can use their discretion to rule that challenge invalid, that that person is within their rights to vote. Then that doesn't necessarily have to be listed in the challenge section. But there should have been some notation that a challenge was made.
And there isn't. So that still needs to be taken to the clerk.
Right. Now, can I make a copy of this for all of you?
So I want a copy of this.
Can I rewrite the names on one piece of paper, right?
Or if they're not readable,
I can read that.
you can write them over.
Yeah. Is there?
Keep it on.
Actually, it's not a top secret.
Right.
That's all right.
I mean, is it just that page?
And there's one on the back, I believe.
Okay, one additional on the back, okay. I will
You go make a copy
make
of that.
copies. Okay. And I'll get that.
After we finish, can I ask that the copies be shredded?
I think they need to be attached in case of a recount.
Okay,
Yep.
In the envelope and attached that they were
As long as they don't
submitted.
leave this
I do
room.
not think, this is a board decision, I do not have a vote. Since it was provided during a public meeting, I think that becomes a public document.
Okay.
And being a county official, my step
as
would
long as they
be,
don't leave the room.
they need to be sealed in the envelope.
Exactly.
Under Freedom of Information Act, they can be looked at.
FOIA, no, that would be determined, so it would
They
need to
can be
be.
looked at, but they don't need to be taken out of here.
No, you don't have authority, it would be up to the Bureau of Election and
Okay.
under the Open
If
Meetings
somebody
Act.
wants, all they gotta do is file one Freedom of Information Act, so they have all the documentation. They want to make a fight out of this. It's sad.
I don't know, but
But I would want you to sign it, put your phone number on it, your address on that documentation, so that we have where it came from. And then we will attach it if it becomes a court case or if it becomes in a recount.
We just sealed them up. So that form that I have is written out, I never usually.
You know, we're gonna have recounts on other things too, so that if this recounts are, they could be going into 2021. You know, who do you think we keep living together?
Exactly.
And then the results should have been recorded. Like, we had two
Exactly.
people and they didn't record the result, but we found them on the list. They did get a ballot, but.
what exactly is the challenge?
The challenge is that they already had received the ballot.
The ballot, and the chairman said the ballot had not been turned in and was not
They
shown
did not
as
vote.
being voted, therefore they awarded that person another ballot because the first ballot was not shown proven to have been voted.
I'm gonna have
Are
you
those
review
ballots
it,
spoiled?
Sheila, since she
Is there
was a
a
local
notation that they
clerk,
were spoiled?
that she can give you.
Each ballot has a
How it's handled on the local level. Sharon on the county. They record,
Ideally,
she needs to raise her hand and,
They just sent their ballots.
the chair has.
Ideally,
with her raise
you
her
would bring
hand.
your AD ballot.
And public comments are only at the end.
I know, but I just, didn't have their.
So you're-
Threw it out with the.
Do they log off?
Or they're not, they came back.
Do they have?
Yeah. So.
It's not necessary.
Of challenge is
They do kind of-
marked in
yeah.
a way to where if you take that to look at it, you find it.
And you have how many people, I am like on for 3 days. About 4 hours.
Well, we had two challenge voters. who
Mine
didn't
was
receive ballots.
Not even getting it in.
The challenge had to be, challenge had to be.
If they have
typed in
lines, I mean,
after the meeting. So they were easy to find on the voter list.
can't log. And the police report, I've seen the police.
There's nothing here on this voter list. There's only one challenge ballot, and it should have been.
Police, yeah.
He challenged them, he had a right to do that.
Well, if they received, if they were a challenge and they received another ballot and they voted,
I can
it should have been
both things at
noted
once.
next to their name.
Now, yes,
But the chair used privilege of saying they didn't have proof that those ballots that were sent to them were there, so they issued them another ballot. There's
I
no proof that the
understand
mail ballot was mailed back in, that number did not show up anywhere, so they were given a new ballot. Which is the
but there's
chair.
still human error. And
I'm not
if we
saying
go
that
through
there's
this
not
list,
human error, but what I'm saying is the numbers that you have in front of you show that the tape matches what's there.
I know, but what you're missing is that the tape is going to be either none.
Exactly.
And the challenges were done during the day. So they have to indicate, you know, this person, let's say, Patricia White was a challenged voter. And it doesn't say here, And it should at least say challenge.
That list shows.
That-
They
that's
should have
the
written on
case.
the-
Every
on the
voter
list.
walking in there. can-
Exactly.
And then how did it get resolved? Did they not get another ballot or did they get?
Yeah.
And there's a place for that.
Yes, there is. And I'm glad you brought that up, because all we have is basically what they tell us, and the fact there's nothing here.
If you're going to be calling through your remarks to find those people, why do you even have to store them available?
Yeah, really.
Well, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have Sheila, since Sheila was a former local clerk, we will repeat the issue, give her opinion, and then it'll be the decision of the four of you, whether we call the local clerk or whether you write your notes on that.
Do you want them to go through the list and see if
Let's-
those people
Let's
receive
wait
ballots?
till I can get Sheila upstairs, and I have somebody who has been a local clerk who can give more information, and then we'll take the next step.
Good cookies, by the way, thank you.
Before lunch, though.
It'll just,
Were you sitting there? Or were you?
Upstairs.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I didn't know if you were having. Are you on your way up? Yeah. Oh, I thought Jason was getting out.
I want more copies. I want more.
Oh, I need you, we have
Yes, sir.
a
Thank you.
issue regarding challenge that was not in the city of Benton Harbor, we're really passing that to the city of Benton Harbor. And I need your local court for expertise, and then we'll have to say how to handle this issue, so I'd like you to be present. Since you were there that day, thank you.
So you're gonna- Well, one even said that he made it back. Those ballot numbers.
Of their,
These ballots they were given. That's the absentee.
Then you- So, if they're faulty, they'll be. So it's, had to absentee ballots before they can vote and then come and get another ballot issue. But a few years, that won't allow you to do that.
The chair
So
can
you're-
call on every one of them.
Your question is, why is it not that one?
Right now, the space. I already have it, now we're
Okay.
like deposit.
This whole shit.
I don't want to lose that space.
and that may be the only problem, is there wasn't noted in the book.
And then we'll have to, we should have, then you can either accept the challenge. Let's see if you're on the clerk side and talk about it.
I think that's fair.
So you guys can take a seat and we'll just wait, and, then we'll talk about it.
But I just need to have the information.
Yeah. And then you can note it, and then it's cross-referenced. Do you have the document? Did he sign a sheet of paper, give it to you, with the address and everything on there?
No, not yet.
Why don't you get him to sign that? Say, tell him to come back in the room, since he's got a challenge here, he needs to stay.
Let's start with that.
Great.
anytime you challenge, and I apologize, when you challenge, you cannot leave the spot, I'm sorry. You were not informed.
Yeah, that's right, you're stuck.
I just want, if you're challenging, you cannot leave the spot where you're challenging. You have to stay with the issue.
Once they leave, they're supposed to stay on, they can't come back.
Well, we didn't give the instructions.
Well, it's not enforcing the rules, that's enforcing.
I'm sorry, would you like to give the instructions on anybody challenging? You're the chair, I couldn't hear you. I'm
When
sorry.
they leave the room, they're gone permanently.
No, this is an open meeting. We're not in the Navy County Board. We're not in the Navy County Board. It's an open meeting.
We need some help.
We're waiting, okay, all right, let's, since, between you two, explain what you've got, and then you can hear the challenge.
We had already finished,
And make sure you talk loud enough so everybody in the room can hear, because we are distanced.
oh, my school teacher voice gets.
Yeah, we gotta project a little bit more on.
We're doing that in Harbor City, and Ward 2, Precinct 1, did not list any challenged voters, none whatsoever. We have a gentleman here who was a challenger, and the only note that was written down was that he spent the morning challenging every voter. It says,
Not every voter.
Challenger Ray challenges the votes that receive AB ballot for the most part of the morning. That's what the note says, mornings. Okay. As we finished this, we were informed that he had challenged 16 voters. And they did not put any challenge voters in the book. None. And when it came to challenge procedures, none. But in the list of voters, there is the fact that Denisha Danielle India Williams was a challenged voter. She was supposed to vote in Ward 1. She came to Ward 2 to vote. So they reissued her ballot. When they put it in the machine, they accidentally pushed the button that says provisional ballot. So in the book, they have said challenge voter, and the information says Ward 4. Okay, that's where she belonged. They could not undo that ballot. I don't know if you can or not. So we have a list of challenged voters, people who received 80 ballots and then were issued a vote in person ballot without surrendering their ballot.
May I interject?
Yes.
The gentleman here, will you state your name and,
Sure, Ray Stanton, and I was the poll challenger at this precinct.
I remember speaking.
okay,
All right.
Sheila, would you introduce everybody, because we're on a virtual meeting and we don't know.
Who I am?
Yes.
I'm Sheila Wright, I'm the election administrator for Berrien County.
I would like to state, during the time of the election, I sent Jason Watts, who's my election coordinator, and Sheila down to the city of Benton Harbor, so they are aware of these challenges. He has provided the list of these following challenges, which were not noted in the remarks or in the challenge sheet.
Well, a couple were noted in the remarks, and one, a couple were listed in the remarks, and so 2 or 3, and only one was noted because it changed the tally.
And since that has been provided to us, I feel, and I think it's up to this board. This should be attached to the record in case there is a recount or anything. I would like Mr. Stanton to sign it with his address and phone number, and so we need to know how to proceed with this. Sheila has the background from being a local clerk, and because these two were there at the meeting, if you can give your thoughts to the situation.
So, looking at your list here, the first one says challenge absentee not returned, and it gives a voter's name. There is an affidavit that the voter can sign at the post office that says, I did not receive, or my ballot was destroyed. If she signed that, then she has every legal right to be issued a ballot in the precinct.
Do we know if she signed it though?
The clerk would know.
All right.
So we may need to call the clerk on that.
So we would need their copies of their affidavits.
So that would be a decision to call the clerk next. Okay. Go down to the next one.
The next one, no,
Sorry.
Yep.
The only ones that really apply, not this one, but after this one, everyone that has EV.
okay.
When you plug in, you should be asking permission because this is a courthouse and some.
So what does AB stand for?
Absentee ballot.
Absentee ballot. Okay.
Yes. but
So you're concerned that all of these were issued a ballot within the precinct that did not return their absentee ballot, is that correct?
My concern would be that this is an avenue that we would have if there would be a recount to retrieve these ballots, because that's what the challenge ballots are. They identify specific ballots, right? To where you could retrieve those at a later point if you need to.
Yes, if they were processed as a challenge ballot in the precinct, we would be able to identify those. So what is the basis for your challenge on these?
That they were not surrendered, they were not returned, and there was a ballot out there somewhere.
Okay,
There was a claim that it was mailed to them, and all except one said they never received it. So my concern is there's a ballot out there that's not accounted for, and he hasn't returned.
okay. So we would need to look then, the clerk would need to look at her list of AV voters, which you should have.
We have that.
Uh-huh. And see if these ballots were indeed returned and processed in the AV counting board.
Okay.
If they're not returned, then they have every right to vote in the precinct as long as they sign that affidavit saying that they did not receive it or that the ballot was destroyed. So my suggestion to the Board of Canvassers would be to look at your AV counting board list and see if indeed these ballot numbers were returned.
Those ballot numbers are the ones that were issued.
The new ones.
So
The
on-
new ballot number that was given to them that day at the poll.
Okay, so you can look up the voter's name on the AV list, and see if one was returned in the AV county board. If it was not returned, it's not going to either be on the list, or in the column where it says ballot returned, it would be blank.
Exactly.
And this would be the ballot that they were issued
In the precinct,
in the precinct.
yes.
As long as that number follows behind them, and that's the only number.
Would the board recommend taking on each of those questions and looking at them?
I think we need to do it as a group.
And then if we
Yeah,
need
let's
to
just
go
look through the list.
let's do the list and take each step, and it's up to the board to have a
And
consensus.
if they were issued absentee ballots, but not returned, then it should be on the list.
Exactly.
Can we go through it, and so you can explain what they're looking at, so we can address each issue?
So you would need the absentee voter county board, file.
What do we do?
Why don't I take your other pieces, so we'll move them over here, so you know, we're just concentrating on the one.
There it is.
Take your additional stuff, so we don't have a problem.
just don't want to get confused with other in the garage.
Yeah, slash. Yeah. It's this. So the first one on the list that we would be looking at is Andrea Cooper. So, what, may I?
Larry, you can put it on that chair over
So these
here.
are all ballots.
Put it on the chair over there. We don't
So
have
did they-
room in
did
public.
they-
Guard it with your life.
Did they only look for them from?
I don't know about that.
Sometimes the clerk will say ballots returned first and then.
I was
those
told not to be
unreturned
confrontational.
Will be at. And either way is acceptable. No, because those are the new numbers of the ballots and the precincts.
We don't have the AV ballot.
Correct.
Last name of Cooper.
First name is Andrea. Well, I have a full stack that I'm still working on. Those are ones. Okay. And those have,
Those are good.
Just walk them through the steps.
So they're notating so you can see that.
What are you looking for, sir? Oh, geez,
Did you wanna look at that page so you can see what we're doing?
downstairs, you don't have highlighters.
Just a blank, because it was registered.
I wish you go get some highlighters. Maybe do you have highlighters in your pouch? You don't, you're not gonna find it, we'll have to get you one.
Okay. That's the first show of truce.
Okay.
Actually, the previous.
This is Dan Lane, D-A-N-O-N. They were both rejected.
Okay, so, a rejected ballot, once it's rejected in QBF, that voter is not allowed to be issued another ballot. However, there is a little bit of training that needs to happen from the state level with this QBF system to the local clerks. What they should have done is either, if the ballot was surrendered to the clerk, marked it surrendered, or spoiled. If it would have been marked spoiled, then the voter has every right to be issued another ballot. So since it's marked rejected, I would think we would need clarification if that was just an error in QBF,
Okay, so,
or
What
If
would the
it- what-
reason for
what would the-
rejection be?
a reason for rejection in a precinct would be they exposed their ballot. You know, they took a selfie with themselves with it, or they were like, look at me, I have voted.
Does this look good? Did I do it right?
Correct. Another reason for rejection would be, refusing to sign the back of the act to vote, saying that they didn't have their ID or not showing an ID. They just wouldn't get a ballot at that point.
So we still have some questions about these two.
Yes, I would, in my opinion, I would, suggest that the Board of Canvassers contact the local clerk and ask why those ballots were rejected, and if they should have indeed just been marked in the qualified voter system.
We have a question that we just kind of stumbled on.
Yes.
This one we haven't found on the list yet, but he was rejected.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like there was,
Another reason for rejection would be if, the voter passed away prior to the election.
okay,
Then you would say it's rejected, died before election. It would be rejected if there wasn't a matching signature, and the voter could not be contacted to get a matching signature. So those are some of the reasons.
We're not supposed to mark on the shape on just red and then we're not supposed to put any marks on there.
where are you?
If we have a comment, we have to do it red and then there.
Sticky notes.
Well, these, Jess is making notes on the copy of
Arcary, T-A-R-A-E-R-Y.
Yes.
But that would be nice, so that we also marking.
Rejection. So there's a whole list of criteria that you can choose from. So ballots that you can buy, if they want to know why those ballots were rejected on that list, and that's that. So make sure they have this. And then, but I don't want to call in, we're sharing all of that until we have our complete list. Right. Okay. I just want to make sure. Yes. Okay, thank you. Challenge.
Then why didn't it appear on our sheet?
So that is the status of the voter. So a voter can have a challenge status if mail has been returned to the clerk. It did not reach them through the mailing address. And they would be, if they have not responded within a certain number of days, you send a confirmation card. If that again is challenged, then in the qualified voter file, the clerk would mark the residency or the voter status as challenged, and they would have to show proof that they did indeed still live there because mail was being returned to the clerk.
And how about REG?
Those may be, yes.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't know if that has to be same day registration or if it's registration within the 14 days prior, because they would have to show proof of residency, within that 14 days.
During that
window.
period, okay.
Yeah.
And that, this could be a case of a lady really did not ever receive the ballot. They come in and say, I didn't get my ballot. Shows that it was not delivered.
Yes, if it's not marked return, yeah. And that's why they have to sign the affidavit, because that's a legal document that they are attesting to that they did not receive it.
We're still on Clark Street.
They just recently changed that because it wasn't. Now they have to apply. So rejected means yes. So this is basically a question. Was the ballot rejected, yes or no? It says yes. Again, with these, if they were issued a ballot in the precinct, I would question the clerk as to what the reason is in QBF, because it may just be that instead of spoiling, clicking the checkbox for spoil, they click the checkbox for rejected.
Okay. Because there was so much going on and it was overwhelming.
Oh, it was totally overwhelming.
Some of these, I look on first name, last name, is,
Yeah, you should.
No.
One is walk down to this one, pocket or phrase, you ain't sure which is which.
I asked him to just start keeping track of everything. So Jason.
What are the initials?
I'm so glad. Then he started.
I went, yeah. I will look at that. Did somebody say that you made it?
Oh.
Military.
It was very.
From the address, it also should have been,
Like in Gateway?
Yeah.
Yeah, she should be like, are you keeping that?
No, she was. Are you keeping that? Because I do this and this and.
Oh, okay.
Then I told her. And she's like, well, look at this, yeah. This is.
Yeah.
I think it's a change of masks.
On the list, I'm pretty sure we did.
Did we not ask?
I had, I talked to Denny on my drive home. So, and I had Juliana, yeah. Because we already looked. But then. That's why I gave you these.
I'm glad I will.
so we have a Tamara, Sonal Jennings. There's a David Jennings. Oh, there's a Berrien Parker.
Yes, are you making marks on your sheet so that you can read up that? What page you're on or something? Why don't we do that? Why don't we make some connections?
What about,
Yeah, right, exactly right, which was really, it's very helpful.
Yeah, very.
It's very helpful for me to understand this portion of it, having seen the other side of it.
It's like,
Exactly. I know what the work would be.
and what
They create on
and what
there,
they're having.
and what they need to do. I just like. That was a. So the Bigot County Board has multiple precincts, right? So I've got, everything for the precincts, but well, you know, as far as the reporting on that, now I know that you do county board. And because when you do, 1 through 4 on both calculators, it'll be a little bit tight. So I think I set that aside and get all of those.
Yeah. And then if you keep on doing this,
Those there are ready to get right.
so then we'll have them probably have one more value that says completed with.
I'm getting all my stuff. Sorry. I just have to. Yep.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes.
I'm probably one box more.
Zero. Johnny,
This is the box that you, oh, this is already, yes.
Leslie said she saw me cameras.
Centurion, Williams.
She's on the second page.
Centurion,
Yes. SASDRIA.
So I'm noticing this, noticing that the ones that are, it's the challenge.
you want
On
Todd?
the A list, they're all not carried together, so I would expect to say that did it wrong.
She wants Todd.
Yeah. First list, I have it near the bottom.
Yes, yes, she, so if that's an issue, she did, she should raise it.
Just a little bit.
I don't know.
Daphne Lynn Williams, is that her right there?
That's an A, it's big because,
Council director.
yeah, so we'll have to find out where it's
What
necessary.
is the necessary, because what's really not, I want it resolved now. Yeah, it would be
The later.
because we are.
How can police say Right here.
Is it received or? Is that a Y?
It says rejected. Yes.
I like, when I said,
Daniel,
I could tell something's right, because
and
we're
that's Danielle Coffey. Coffey. Fatima, Daniela, Chantel, Willis.
Here's, it's, midway down right there. That's, you pronounce that? Okay, we got the name.
Yes.
Okay.
Dexter Owens Jones, I'd always pronounce it bad too, but, I have CH. Dexter Jones, Owens Jones.
that would just be the voters' voting status. That doesn't mean that it was a challenge ballot.
Okay.
Are we done through the list yet?
No. shelter.
Well, it must be related to Rosie.
Howells, your last name, and Otoneris. Anyone else? And then a white hole.
Ooh, listen.
Okay, so you were in 1 and 2, correct? Yeah,
That was just two.
okay, so.
So that's,
That's the sheet up. This is Martinez Latar. Here's one. Cedric Carson.
Is it?
And part of the absentee voter process improvements through been landing development process.
That's a smart one.
Yeah.
Just-
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Here's a challenge. Bill.
Again, that last column is just the voter status, it's not, it does not have anything to do with the ballot that has been issued.
So we don't look at it.
So if it says CH, that's not a challenged ballot, it's a challenged voter to show prove residency before we issue a ballot. And if they come in and they show us the documentation, then the local clerk would go in and say, residency confirmed. They click that in the bona fide voter file, and it sets their status back to active.
Okay. He says he was in. But we found somebody in 1. We gotta lose it.
I don't know whether that's the last name or the first name.
Is Sheena Williams is on here? DASHI Williams?
This is Martinez. Yeah, but I haven't found anything else.
Okay, well, you're,
From. Wait a second.
Okay, so right here is the information for me to show you. After it was received, they sent the ballot. The ballot was not returned, okay, and it was marked rejected.
that's what we're seeing for home.
Okay, so that to me, as a local, from my local clerk knowledge, is that they marked this wrong in the state qualified voter file. It should have been spoiled.
Yeah, and they may have just hit the wrong button,
And
that's
they-
what you were saying earlier.
Yes,
So we need to clarify with the clerk.
The clerk will need to clarify that,
Could have been
yes.
spoiled ballots.
yes, because if they're not returned and they sign the affidavit, you use a spoiled ballot so that you can
The first
issue.
one. For the first one, so you can issue another one.
So you can issue another one, rejected, you cannot issue a ballot. So I think that is gonna be a training point
Yeah.
that will need to be stressed.
Okay, so. Who finally these? I don't get the question mark.
Yeah,
That's the, that means that we found a long here that's been rejected, and we need to know why they were issued another ballot. Those are the ones that we challenged, and we found that all their answer.
We'll get
Okay,
that.
I just want to make sure. Okay, I guess
You know,
what I
it's
was on the floor.
the election.
Oh.
Printer.
then we
That
can
I-
go back there.
Otherwise, I'd be running down and transferring my phone drive. There's not really a easy way to do that. I should have stayed. last night and figured I couldn't, I was trying to put 2 and 2 together, but I kept coming up with 5, but now I came up with 4. And now I know why election short does it their way. But it needs to have this extra step before we start. So it's easier to do it on election night.
I think I'm going to start.
I made notes. You have one here, that won't happen again.
We thought it was.
Very good. Well, because you don't know what you don't know. That's the unknown. Yeah, make sure that it's signed.
Okay, so at that point, was he given a ballot?
He was given 622,
Says, yes, it's one, two.
so can you let them?
Find this entire review of James.
I probably the one that was my.
This is an 84, so whatever ballot is that, not that it didn't go back, so my track now with a new ballot, but they got it. Total from, I think, to not 80, right? You want to see that they really got it voted. We're just looking for a reason why.
I don't know. Okay, 622 was Mark and Davis. Which scares me because that means that we may have.
622 was not issued ballots. It was a regular ballot that was issued.
Aren't there different series?
For if you, in each precinct, you can have a ballot number 1. You can have a ballot number 1 for ballot style A with this school district, a ballot number 1 for ballot style B for that school district.
We've been here before, you know.
We have 2.
Yeah.
We have 2 over there.
It's the one you gave me. Or 2 precincts. received that number and voted, they'll be on this list.
What list are you referring to?
There it is.
Robert
Earl
Cole,
Sargent.
the day of voting, not, he was looking at the AV
Send
list.
me
622,
Sergeant, right there.
right here.
He voted it.
But we didn't find him on the AV.
No, we did not find him on the AV, we found him here in person.
And some of those other ones that you didn't find on the AV, you probably find them in person too, if you look at the numbers.
They're voting in person,
With that ballot, you got the numbers. We're just trying to establish why, if they might have, not supposed to have been given.
the absentee ballot wasn't there.
But that's up to the
As long as they sign the affidavit.
They signed, yeah. So did we address every name on the list, the 16? I started in the middle, part marking my list off.
I think we may have one or two that we don't know.
How about that Anna Williams one at the bottom?
Yeah, Leanna, Williams, my brother, they did it fine. Shiny Williams, Nick Lee. Sergeant, he voted. I don't know what the deal with Parsons.
I'm confused, Jess. We looked at a lot of names and we found a lot of people on that list. How many of those are here? How many are on your list?
These are just ones that we got questions.
But we did find that we haven't addressed them. Are there any that we haven't addressed? Just
Ones that we
don't
haven't
leave, you say?
This is Williams.
Yes, you may.
You have Robert Sargent checked off, but you're counting bills voting on the day of voting.
Exactly.
Still,
But
it's
it's
not
not
found
the question,
on the
the
AV.
question is whether he was issued an absentee ballot.
The absentee ballot didn't show up as voted, so we voted the same day, as long as he signed the affidavit.
But we didn't even find his name on the list,
Yeah.
right? Should we check that list
So
again?
we got to looking at the red same day voters, what we found is we didn't find him in the absentee.
Right.
His absentee ballot. He signed the list, but it wasn't signed in, and we didn't see it.
If he is not on that AV list, then he was not
He was
issued,
not sent.
he was not sent a ballot.
He needs to, if he says he got one, if he signed up for one, he should be on that list, and then there should be an explanation of what happened. Like, no, receipt rejected.
Yeah, if his name's not on that list, then he was not sent a ballot. Some people.
22 in person.
If he didn't request an AV ballot, he can vote in person.
So, when you were looking at these, when you were watching, what gave you the impression that he had received an AV ballot? Did you say that?
It was flat.
On the computer.
Okay, so the little red flag at the bottom there, did you happen to see if it said, AV application sent? Because there's a couple of different ones. It can say AV application sent and received. And ballots sent?
I said,
Okay.
all of the ones that I saw said 80 ballots.
Okay. So if it said AV ballot sent, he should be on that list.
Yes, we
With
should be
that-
able to find
Yes,
him.
yeah,
And it should be under precinct 2,
yep.
because that's where he was. Let's go through that again. How about that? Robert Sargent, the one that we found on the list from the poll that same day, we should be able to find him on that absentee list. We should try again.
Well, doesn't mean I didn't miss it, Jess.
So, we'll just look at 2, right?
Just one, because it was only in two. We'll look through two.
Do one and two.
Well, just look through one or two.
We're looking for a last name of sergeant.
Uh-huh.
It is all going to depend on how the local authority marked it. It honestly, Jeff, it should not, none of them should say rejected, yes. They should, it should have been scored. That would have been the proper marking. It appears that they did that, yes. I would still get clarification from the local clerk, because I wasn't there to see exactly why they did what they did.
I can see, I haven't seen them.
Here he is. He did not return his ballot.
Okay, so it's making sense. System is holding. Check him off, and then he's still gonna two more that
Who else, Jeff?
we got that. I jumped in the list late in the game, and I started doing. You wanna look again for the Lee, Jennings, and Williams, the Laurel, Emma? We could do that, one more check for these three that you don't think we found, you didn't have to mark off for. He's okay now.
Yes.
And
I will look for Dominic Lee. You look for Tia Jennings, Aaron Estrada.
and what about this one down here? So there's four.
Oh, there are four of us. Everybody take one. I'm going to take, what's her name, Lee?
You got one, two, three.
Dominic Lee.
Okay.
You get yours. Which one are you
I'm
going to
gonna
take?
take, if you can't read this, then you might not be able to check the list.
Are you doing Aaron Estrada?
Why don't you do, why don't two of you do names,
I
and then the two of us?
Are you doing Aaron Estrada?
No, I better,
I got an Aaron
I'll be
Estrada.
sitting.
That's it.
No, that's it.
Just right there. What I'm doing is I'm opening up the. I would rather you stay up. I absolutely agree with you.
So that one's
I would
done.
not be able to do this one.
Yeah.
No, this one I think.
That leaves Dominic Lee.
Yes.
It was the same thing.
Well, we kind of knew that the other day.
Well, I do
Oh, we look for Lee.
This is for training.
for training, I'm going to be rejected, actually.
Jennings.
Training.
So we're looking for Lee, Jennings, and Williams. I'm gonna look for all three if you're not trying too fast.
Yes.
This is the one with Anna, L-E, some, L-E-R-E-A-N-N. So, for an Anna, like a two-part first name. Just said that we didn't find it. Didn't have her marked up. Don't throw any other names in
Oh.
there, which doesn't hurt this one now. Actually, there's two Williams, there's one up here, and one down here, and neither of them has been addressed yet.
You look for the Shauna Williams and you find it.
Okay, so we're looking for Williams and we're looking for Jennings. I think everything else has been addressed. Two Williams and a Jennings.
Didn't we just find one Williams?
Well, we did have some Williams, but I didn't know this other person was here, it was Sheena. You were in the W section. Thursday.
Are we looking here on Saturday or Sunday?
So we'll see how you do Friday.
Willie,
To see
I
how
would recommend Sheena or something, Anna.
I would prefer not.
Williams
I think,
and Sheena Williams.
I'm not totally sure. We really
And
need
don't
to look
forget
at the
Jennings.
box. When you were wondering, so
Yeah,
that's
so
how
much
much
land.
That one came back. It's probably-
You already came in. And they can say,
Give me the good ones, and then we'll know how.
don't give me, it combines, and I decided because of the words are not same. No, when you get them together, and we did that, and we should have done that, but I didn't, I did it in the group.
Maybe we should write down suggestions.
I'll be trying not to give people that list of people here. I don't think I can make that first name or two.
We should ask Niles to bring up
Well, that's hard.
What Niles does,
Yeah.
I was just listening because Niles came up and I was wanting to.
Oh, you're just talking training suggestions.
yeah. So, currently what Niles does, they have two actions of the council. On each tabulator, they process precincts 1, 2, 3, 4. So the suggestion of us may be, and it can only be a suggestion, that they do precinct 1 and 2 on tabulator 1, and 3 and 4 on tabulator 4. They're the only jurisdiction right now that's on all precincts on both the tabulators.
But what about?
But they do, AV accountable is 1 and 2.
This is the city of the
The city. Yep. That's what Jason was saying, train the new director, so we don't put it on.
It's a pretty good
That's what I was saying.
Joanne was,
I know what you're saying. All right. Suggested, I'm gonna say suggested.
Go through same day numbers and see if we can find Williams if they voted in person before. If they find an absent ballot voter, was there a
I need both 1 or 2.
look at the AV board, down, back version. Like my-
So are you talking about this one, Jess? So Ray, this, you have auto challenge written down by Christina Williams?
Yeah, that wasn't me.
So that was just the system that had her as a challenge status. Okay, so she needs to prove residency to the clerk. That doesn't mean that she voted that day. So you may not find just Shauna Williams on the list.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. When, I just noticed it said auto challenge, so I wondered if it was the electronic poll vote had her flagged as challenge. Okay.
it is enough. I think it might be auto.
Yeah, that would be her residency status from, her voting history and the LB.
Okay. So that takes her off of our list.
Two left.
Voted in person, we couldn't find her in the absentee, she voted in person.
No, we voted. She voted.
We know that,
There's
we
one.
forgot.
So her absentee ballot, we never did find. Now, it's the same thing with this. If we got it, we got it. Jennings is the one who got, and her ballot number was 721. So she voted in person on 7.
Tamira Jennings.
She voted in person.
But that's not the question, Jess. The question is, was she given an absentee ballot also?
Yeah, she was on the absentee
We
list.
could not find her in the list of absentee
Okay,
ballots that were.
so you're saying that, he's saying that she was found.
Yeah. She did, I it down, yeah, Jennings, I said,
Yeah,
Tennille,
we
we kept it in
we
Tennille.
found her here.
No, we found her in the absentee list.
I'm looking again.
She's
She's
on the
looking
absentee
again.
list. Does she have it?
Yeah, you wanna look too?
We just went through.
Let's start over.
Yeah, but I can't remember what was on
Do you want to move your chair? I can move my, I don't have to stand here. I can stand anywhere.
That'd be fine. Maybe you wanna sit down too, Lori?
Or you can sit over there,
Or you want to be sitting
I
right
can
over
move
here?
here.
Here, I'll move.
I just need
There's two chairs. you
Have
can-
one.
Here, you guys can work. Yeah.
I can move myself.
Here, sit.
Okay.
The list, but we can two.
Okay, so you want to-
Too many people.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to reduce my viral load.
So combined would be three.
Assuming one of us has it, which is not as bad a bet as you might think.
I noticed for the last 2 days I've been on my feet.
Andy Cummings, sorry. 1, 2, 3, my hands are heavy.
Ah, you're young.
I am not a user.
I'm past 65.
I don't look at it.
Yeah, I'm starting to show in places, and see the beard?
Yeah, but.
That isn't red anymore.
My children show my age, my grandchildren don't.
Well, grandchildren will date you.
They will, I know. I was babysitting this week with the 3-year-old and the 8-year-old.
I'm a custodian. My wife had 11 and 14-year-old. I met her
Looking
35 years.
And Jenny.
Oh,
Now I
you guys
got
couldn't go over there?
grandchildren.
Yes, we're gonna just sit here and do this.
It's easier.
Yes.
Everything for last night. Really? I'm just trying to check.
I know you said.
I was 16, but.
I just think one, so.
And I know, sometimes I just say something.
Yeah, but I don't.
Figure there because. What are you doing?
Yes.
This is the first page. Can I look at it?
Sure.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the rest of us are not quote.
This begins out.
Oh, we're looking for Jennings and Joe.
Behind the Williams.
That's okay.
It's the first
If
name
it
and
is
address.
quoted incorrectly, there will be consequences when they go to upload their voting history from their thumb drive. Because it's going to show that people voted that were marked that they couldn't receive a ballot. So there's unforeseen consequences, possibly due to lack of training and marking it correctly. So we need to figure out where the training is lacking.
Going along with age.
That's what I just.
No, this is like Berrien
Yeah,
J.
J's.
This is Henry.
That's
That's what I got by
because if the local
Williams.
marked it, if simply the local clerk marked it incorrectly, the next question
Well,
will
it'll
be,
come up then.
is there ways for them to go into the system, correct their mistake? So the voting history gets uploaded in that chart.
But they didn't do that.
They did not, it appears it's marked incorrect.
You know what?
We need to know how that will affect the recount for that.
Yeah.
Well-
We need to get the, I think there's two things, we need to get clarification from the clerk, that how they did it in the qualified profile.
We're looking for is one of the findings.
And then we need to get
It looks like it starts with
clarification
an L,
from
doesn't it?
the Bureau of Election,
Down ends with an N.
how that affects the form. Not only the local canvas, but the state canvas,
And that's why I want you to ask
and
the
the
question.
region.
So that,
So those are the things that we would want clarification on. But it starts with getting clarification from the local.
Empty there.
because those ballots won't be identified, can they not?
Since, if they mark them, did you know the process for the ballots was challenged?
Yeah.
Okay, they did or did not?
Well, as far as,
They had zero down there.
yeah, they have zero there, but
They
everyone
have
down
zero.
there is still on.
Well, that may have been the application, but the process for marking a challenged ballot is they would actually take a pencil and write in pencil on the actual ballot, not on stuff covered with a piece of tape. So, yes, those ballots.
That's the one you found, right?
Why, or didn't they list the challenge ballots?
They,
And that's gonna
they
be.
should have.
I don't have that.
So the proper,
They did not do that.
anytime a challenger challenges, you would write down why.
No, we're only looking
And you would
for.
write down, and you would process those ballots as challenged ballots.
The only thing that they were.
I saw that.
Whatever
I'm not gonna.
challenge
The
their
middle
vote,
of
they're
that,
all
this is
voting
the
wrong.
end, so we should make sure that it wasn't.
They were at the point where they just, no, okay, and they started looking.
Yeah, so,
And I know that sounds like he was a pain, but he wasn't.
no, I actually visited the precinct.
They love it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that, but
I think that.
we got longer.
There were some things that, like on both sides. You know, better understanding.
We're looking for this one at the bottom that's got Anna as part of their first name.
In the election book, issue a challenge ballot, and then they show them on the list.
You know, better, fine.
It only came out as one ballot.
So it, again, training.
Sure.
We can train, but the
8 years,
accountability.
6 years?
I don't think so. I can't make that Elaine.
Or did you, you didn't, what about
I started kind of sort of with you, because I didn't
So
start,
that would be 8 years.
so
No, 7 years.
I'm pretty much right there. No, I was here with,
Were you here when the cooking the crack?
oh, yeah, I was here with,
Louise.
Louise.
And we were before. So you could have been doing it. You might have needed it on the 8th year. You might have.
I'm gonna honest with
You
you
would have been.
that I was not there. I have no idea.
Oh, that's right. because something else.
Most of them that I have talked to, they actually put an affidavit of, I get a
I was, because I was here after we had that horrible oxygen
So, but they wouldn't have the applications in your precinct ongoing, because those applications are going to be counted for. So they were done at the end of the night, taking applications.
See what her name looks like in type.
So that you.
Yeah, I know, it was kind of.
The only time I had to go out is started. Did they come in and say, here's my AV ballot, I want to vote
I
first?
know that a couple of them.
Okay. Did they have any piece of paper with them when they told
Yeah, I remember it going
Are they telling their ID something?
Is there?
And then, and I didn't see the affidavit, so that was, they just sent the clerk to find out that they had turned it back in.
So if they call the clerk and it's prior and say, yes, I have the affidavit that I had. They may have those that turned their ballot in. Those that
Holy place.
actually turned in their ballot, not need to sign that affidavit because they can still have their ballot. Did you find it?
We found one.
I didn't see that, yeah, that we're bringing in, in fact, we had one.
We found one.
Saying, go get your ballot and bring it back.
We
And
found
a lot of
Jenny.
people did that, but then the others.
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah. Oh, yeah, we found
Jenny.
Right there.
That at all.
I need 774.
Pretty sure it says 2 on it.
No other paperwork.
I'm in two. Oh,
And every time I said, should I tell them that, well, they're right here, they're registered voters.
Now, are we talking on the same subject, because if we're talking on another subject, this city of Ann Arbor, that we need, otherwise that comes in public.
Okay, it's,
On this issue.
What is that first name, Larry?
Lekeyana. Lekeyana.
Okay, I have not seen that yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
That makes it easier.
Otherwise, it won't use the address on something.
I think we can safely say that Williams was, Lekeyana was not in here. But Jennings is. Yeah, I know, I filled mine out. Here's the one that, Jennings.
So we don't have,
And she's just like, Tatiana. Where'd it go?
Is that clock? Is it one?
Mira, yes, it is, this is the right one. So,
Yeah.
she, the ballot is sent, so that's, so this one can be put on your list of the.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
We've accounted for all of the names on the list except one.
So do you want to finish that, or would you like to recess for lunch?
You guys, how do you feel?
Give us a high, give us a fresh eye.
Wait,
But we need to have, have we been through everything looking for that one?
Yeah.
We just went through two again, we didn't go through the other
so
precincts.
either you recess, finish, or would you take the later lunch? I would rather,
I'd like to get this,
you'd rather get this one done?
I'd like to
Okay,
get
so we
this,
need to, before we need to resolve that.
okay.
And
then we can take the next step after
We
lunch,
found
whether,
we found everyone but one,
now my
right?
other question,
Do you want to
To
look
the
once
board.
more?
I'll look once more.
Okay.
once you find what you note, we have to decide whether when we contact, or if you want to contact the local person. Is that correct? Yes. So that we can get her to know that we'll be calling at a certain time. Or have her come in. Okay. We'll give her some time. I think she's gonna need to come in.
Okay,
I
there's a lot of
think that
Williams
she
in there.
probably-
Nobody with Lakayana so far. This is, we got the correct spelling from her. presentation.
Sure,
That one.
I would ask.
I know.
For your information, so that's-
There you go.
Yeah, I can't wear them. Oh, and it's strings, it hurts my ears. This one's really
I'm
hurting.
glad you let me.
Change, like. I know.
One more time, the Williams. It's the only one that's wrong.
It's a helpful hint, you're right.
Well, I mean, I'll need to know what time.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
And go ahead with a mass carbon on
I need two-sided tape, tape it to my hands. My house is being shown tonight. Or it was just a
But at least start with like, you know, like.
I mean, we have.
But Larry looked it up on the voter list as a vote, so he saw it printed out.
They have such creative names.
What's the deal with her? I believe? So that's one that will specifically ask about.
We have looked for Vicky and Anna Williams. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, many times. And we're not finding her
Okay.
That's on the AV list.
on the AV list.
She did vote.
She did the
So she
voting
did
person.
receive an AV.
So if she's not on that list, she most likely did not receive an AV ballot or did not request one.
Or requested one in the wrong precinct.
So she's on this list with AV by her name because he saw something or.
You saw a flag? Excuse me, Challenger?
They have a question for you.
There's only one person that we haven't been able to find on AV finalist, which is Lana Williams. What made you put her on your list?
The fact that it came up in the prompt that she was issued an absentee voter ballot.
This is on the computer.
It was on the computer, but as you brought up, maybe it was flagged as an absentee voter for some other reason, that they maybe weren't issued or something. And there could be a possibility that maybe on this red.
May have been a line off.
I don't know about that, but I mean, it could have been something where.
It could have been absentee ballot application
Yeah, and I'll go with
requested
that. I mean,
or, sent and received. I can tell you from my experience in Buchanan Township, gearing up for this election, I had people request an AV ballot, but before the ballots came in to be issued, they came back and said, I have changed my mind, I want to vote in person, so a ballot was never sent to them. So,
that could very well
May
be
not
what
see
it
that
is.
sheet.
It comes out, you see absentee ballot, you're standing 6 feet
I
behind
know.
somebody, trying to look up and not getting too close.
Well, you did a
So
good
I
job
would-
with the other one. This one maybe
But,
not.
I mean, I can certainly accept the fact that maybe it wasn't what I thought it said.
and the local clerk, when we call,
About this one.
she should be able to clarify whether or not indeed that person requested a ballot or had changed their mind and asked, said they didn't want the ballot prior to.
Okay, that'll be noted.
It actually could have happened Monday after 4 p.m. because the electronic poll book is downloaded at 4 p.m. on Monday. So if it happened at 5, it wouldn't.
Probably was, because that was the latest, the second to the end, last
Yeah.
one that I did. That one
There's
was
only one
earlier.
name after that.
So it could have been that because the information in the electronic poll book wasn't as up to date as what the clerk had in the office. Yeah, so there are reasonable explanations. We just need to find out what those are.
And we can only do that by phone. We need to assemble our list of what we're gonna talk about, our
Right.
questions, and then we'll contact her and ask when is a good time for her to talk.
Yeah, like I said. we have a mistake.
suggest to the board, you guys, and I'm probably stepping out of line here as the election
We
administrator.
welcome
um,
your input.
You may want to, have me go down and call the clerk and say, we're gonna need you to be available at whatever time you guys are gonna reconvene for lunch, and we can give her a call. Or, I mean, we could attempt to call before you go to lunch, I don't know if
She's
she's
available,
available, we
yeah.
won't know. So, that's your.
Why don't we alert her, go eat, and then talk to her?
Would you, shall we have the election supremo call?
Yeah, that would be, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so what time would you like to call, or speak with her, do you wanna?
See what time she's available.
Yeah,
and
ask
answer.
her at her.
And we'll just tell her that you won't be back from lunch at that time, and we'll see, if we can set it. I do know, and I'm glad we're doing the city event here today, she will be out of the office on Friday afternoon, so it's more important to
Do it now.
today than later. So I know
So
she
we-
would prefer
we go
those
with the
calls,
meeting.
because I told her to be on, I
Come
told her
back
that's why I
and
pushed that.
What we're gonna say.
So, well, what time do you think you'll be back from lunch?
Okay, it's 12:49.
We have an hour, we're permitted an hour, so we got,
Okay,
if we, an
And
hour
then-
or whenever we get out of here.
so,
And then we have to take a quick, one could be excused. before-
so we could talk, tell her around 3 o'clock, and then it gives you time to write your questions down,
Yeah.
and then we'll
Get
call her and
organized so
talk
that
to
we
her.
can make it as short.
And
Possible.
also get through the other, don't you have the other two precincts?
I'd rather deal with all the challenges first,
Okay.
so then we can clean that up and tell her we may need to call you on the other, but let's get rid of the challenges first.
All right.
Now,
Unless you're, I think would confuse it too much. think
Yeah, I think you should deal with this issue.
Deal with this.
Yes,
And you-
say, and just tell her that we may have other, but we wanna get this one on.
Right on here it is.
I just think it'd be too much.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so we'll be back an hour after we walk up.
Well, they make certain,
And make another list and have questions.
I usually do that, but this is a little bit less.
Yes, I
You
will,
want
then
to
I'll
leave
call
it.
it, tell her that we will call around 2:30, 3 o'clock, how's that
Okay,
sound?
that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, Madam Chair, would you like to recess the meeting until whatever time?
I'm recessing this meeting until 1:51.
I would sign off.
5 PM. I'd like to reconvene the meeting after lunch. Do we need to explain what we're doing?
Yes, we're reconvening, we're reviewing challenges by Ray Stanton, who's sitting over here. And before we went into recess, I had Sheila contact the local clerk and do some research within the Bureau of Elections, so she will give you a report in her findings.
So I talked to Lori Berrien. She is on the legal team at the Bureau of Elections. And asked her the questions, I told her about our AV list and how it says that the ballot was rejected. So I need to clarify something. What I said earlier was correct, both correct and incorrect. There are two systems. In the electronic poll book at the polls, if you reject a ballot, you cannot issue a new ballot to that person. However, in QVF, the qualified state voter file, in the local clerk's office, the proper way to say that someone has, did not receive their ballot would be to reject that ballot, because there's a drop-down excuse that you can choose from. And the excuse would be, or the explanation, I should say, not excuse, would be voter voted at the polls. So the rejected that you highlighted in your list is correct. The local clerk did do that part correct. So I also was given some printed information explaining those status flags that I thought might help our canvassers, should this come up in another precinct. So I printed a copy for each of you to have. So if you have questions, I can answer them regarding what I said earlier, but I did want to make that correction. In the electronic poll book at the precinct, if you reject a ballot, it does not allow you to issue another one. In QVF, in the clerk's office, there is a drop-down explanation. You would reject those ballots and use the explanation, voters voted at the polls. That way, if they decided to mail in, they found their AV ballot, and they decided to mail it in after the election, or drop it off in a drop box prior to 8 PM, the local clerk would go to look, and it would say rejected, meaning that you would not process that. Does that make it clear as mud?
That helps.
Just sit on
That will do it.
And I did I spoke to the local clerk and told her that we would be giving her a call between 2:30 and 3, so you guys could get your questions together.
Thank you.
Greta, Mr. Chairperson. A question, may I ask a question of that?
It's up to you whether you want to, because usually it's
Right.
public comment.
Right.
Or the challenger
I
has
think
that
that
question.
should be proper.
Okay, thank you. So
Address your name and where you're
Okay.
from.
Keith Lovers, St. Joe, anything else?
That's all we need to know.
Okay. So the question for Sheila then, so the proper, when a poll worker would see a person come in, they saw the flag that they had been issued an AV, and I observed them calling the city clerk. So the city clerk would necessarily need to be on her computer to reject, because that person was showing up in the poll. Would they be rejecting that AV immediately on that moment? Is that what that meant?
Yes, so at that time, when the person shows up to vote in person, the chairperson would call the local clerk, the local clerk would look it up in
Yep.
the qualified voter file.
Right.
If the person at the precinct wanting to vote did not have their AV ballot with them,
Right.
then that's when they would sign that affidavit
Right.
saying didn't receive it, lost or destroyed.
Yeah.
And they would be signing that, the local clerk rejects it.
Correct.
So that way, later in the day, if the mail is delivered and the
Right.
person voted in the polls,
Right.
it's already already rejected, there's no chance of that getting delivered to be counted. Does that make sense?
So a failure mode of that system, yes, it does, thank you. The failure mode of that system would be the clerk did not reject it when they received that phone call.
If there was going to be a failure point, I would think that's where it is possible
Could
to
happen,
occur.
right.
Yes,
Just wanted to make sure I understood that possibility.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
So since we're going to have a phone conversation with the Benton Harbor clerk, you need to come up with the questions you want asked. And you'll probably have some other questions if you want, or your wishes how to proceed.
We need to get together and talk. Four of
Okay.
us. Closer than across the room, probably.
Would be nice. I feel like I'm shouting.
And I just want to make sure the challengers on the floor, the challenger, this is between basically them. It's up to anybody, and then whether they want to accept outside conversation, they don't have to, otherwise then your question would be answered at the end of the meeting. Okay, well,
Do you want me to stay here, or do you want me to?
I want you to stay. Have a seat.
She even said, I want you to smile with us.
So, I'll let you go ahead, Greta.
You can't tell, it's behind my tie-dye.
Are we gonna do this across the room, or we can?
No.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
I need to know one thing. Why they didn't tell the ballots challenge?
Why they didn't document
And why they didn't document
on a challenge?
form? Yeah, that form. Instead of writing none, he had 16 challenges.
No.
And they should have been indicated. Whether at that point they were treated That's funny, don't you?
So I wrote, there were 16 challenges by a full challenger, and were not documented on a challenge ballot form. Is there a reason?
Good question.
And we can explain to her how we traced them through the pages and found out that they did not vote AD. But there's one person that we are curious about because she did not show up in the poll list, the voter list for the AD ballot. Yeah, do you think that's, are you kind of curious about that?
I am kind of curious about it. I don't know that it's going to affect anything, but I'm definitely curious as to why she would show up. Because everybody has a right, you know, everybody who votes legally has a right to have their ballot counted. And we're not giving her that right.
There was a slight possibility that, right,
Yes,
may not have gotten the correct information.
that's true, that's true. But
We did find her on the list at the poll, so she did vote. But we wonder if she was ever on the, ever is she there? Did she just get an application? Get an application?
I don't think we found out anything on that one, did we?
No, we never found her, except on the date.
Leukemia Rose.
The one at the bottom of the
She
page.
voted in person.
Yeah, but we're questioning,
That would be
did she apply for an absentee and did she get it?
She did, it did not show up in the list that she was an absentee voter.
She's
That's
the only one.
legal thing I think we can go by is what's on that list. If the clerk did not show it showing up, it didn't show that she got the ballot, it didn't show voted.
Well, we had
She would be
16
voting
people
legally.
on the list, and she was one of them. And she had AB by her name, which is the way he was designating.
And you may have
So
read
if we didn't find her, then we're
Question I
wondering,
want answered.
was it possibly an error in observation or recording?
And you know, it very well could have been, but it's still a kind of a question.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she's got an answer. You see? And do you think anything was miscoded?
Just lack of documentation.
Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking, what's the problem we have with accepting the results? Is that they weren't, everything was documented correctly and reported to us. Because according to the book, there were no challenges. The one that, was in the wrong precinct,
Exactly.
but nothing to do with this list.
Even if we had someone who was in the wrong precinct, and when her ballot was put through, it was processed as,
It's too involved in that part of it.
oh, I just wonder if she was allowed to go to precinct 4 and vote, which is where she belonged.
Cheryl, are you referring to someone who was issued a provisional ballot?
No, we're still talking about challenge. There was somebody that I wasn't working on the file, but Cheryl and Jess have someone that was in the wrong precinct.
She belonged in 4, she tried to vote in 2, and
They made a mistake.
we
They
pushed the
hit
wrong
provisional
button.
ballot, let it count. Then in here, on the tape, it shows that there were extra ballots. It shows that that ballot was negotiated, taken out. And the numbers did match. Once that ballot was,
So that
So it was
doesn't
documented.
apply to what we're talking about now.
No.
That's a separate matter, and it seems
It's
like it was
separate.
resolved, right?
That's what he's saying. It's a result.
So I don't think we need to ask about that.
Well, but they pushed the wrong button, and it was not counted in 2. She belonged in 4. And they couldn't change anything.
So you didn't tie out, but if you
They did
Take
subtract
that
that one.
account, you were one off. But it was handled,
It was handled.
okay. That's not going to keep you from,
It's not going to
Certifying
keep
this.
us from certifying, no. But I just wondered if she was allowed then, because it didn't count in 1 or 2, that she was allowed to go 4 and vote. That's where she belonged.
oh, this,
And now I'm even having trouble finding
I
it.
can't find it. You're trying to find the initial.
The original, yes.
It was written
saw a writing. If it was in two, then it would be. Was it in the comments? Remarks? All right, well, I'm not sure what more we need to do.
I don't know if there's anything except find out.
Address the issue of protocol here, right?
Documentation.
Documentation. There's,
3 PM, Williams, Shauna Williams was at the wrong precinct and tried to vote. The staff hit the provisional ballot by accident, and we then decided to cancel ballot, but we're not able to do so. And this is, and then it explains in here and shows that that ballot was removed from the tape. Tape will show you that that ballot was canceled.
You found that, right?
We
But
found that.
because it was
You looked at the
given
tape,
as
yeah,
a provisional,
okay.
then you should allow to go correctly, so you can vote.
you want,
And it did not state that she went to full.
You can look for a name number 4. You got that vote there.
And just going line by
would you
line.
like to, formulate that question since you were working on it?
So,
Challenge or challenges something. So obviously they're gonna go to a poll worker and say, I challenge this. So they know.
Sheena, Dashina Williams.
Yeah, I've never,
It creates a fuss. So, I mean, everybody's gonna know about what's going on.
It was, if she went,
I don't know, how can you be so, I know you're busy, but how can you be so
if she
busy that
went
you
to
have
precinct
nothing?
4, then we have to go to precinct 4 to see if she's listed on precinct 4 as voting. That's how we would find out if she voted in the precinct she was legally
I
allowed.
just wrote, oh, it had this, just wrote down. It's 2:00, this guy challenged this person. It's like, this is what happened.
Then it should be in either the remarks or on
It's
a
not
challenge
her job to make
page.
her there, it's her job to get herself there.
They can put more than one person on a page.
She's informed that's where she's supposed to go. vote.
Yeah, but it would be recorded, it should be recorded in the remarks.
Yeah, remarks and it should have been
Written
the
down.
challenge.
No, unless a challenge ballot was.
Well, in some that I canvassed, people were, names and everything were written in. And then it said, below it says, resolved, given a ballot, or not allowed to vote. I told them, but shouldn't there have been that type of documentation on these? No. I'm not looked at the whole people.
It depends on how they were trained, but there should have been something somewhere.
There's nothing in the remarks, there's no.
Well, there's remarks on three of them, but it's very incomplete.
There are remarks on 3 of the people that were on the list of 16.
Yes.
Did you notice?
Where did you see that?
There was remarks in the whole book. Because there's the general remark, but there were a couple of times where they said so-and-so was challenged, but
There were no details?
there were very few details.
Well, in my mind, that's the equivalent of not writing anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm wondering how overwhelmed they were. Yeah.
I can tell you this, Ms. Greta, as a local clerk, we are told that our lines are not to be very long. And the more pressure and the more work you put on someone at the e-poll book to put, complete sentences, proper grammar, and, this is the challenge, this is the result, your lines build
Yeah,
up.
but
There's
in the
no
content.
There's a tremendous amount of pressure on the volunteers that work. Yes, they get paid, but, these are community members. So I think that we need to keep that in mind, in our demand for what we want to see in the canvas.
Next page.
I don't think it's important for the challenger to see their question or their challenge resolved on the spot.
Right there.
It's not going to happen. They need to follow their normal rules of how they do things.
But it says
But
the
they
Katie
need to
Thompson ballot was
document.
challenged. We also had,
Right.
If they're in a rush.
and there's nothing after that. They have to complete that thought.
The crowd's gone.
They were waiting to see how many challenges they ended up with at that time, because if you look at the time, it's 7:32 a.m.
And then Rose Shelton's ballot was challenged.
Yep.
Was that resolved?
We don't know.
That's why you're gonna make a phone call and you should be writing down your list of questions.
We are.
Well, we only have one big question.
And here's another one. There were 16 challenges, why were only 1, 2 addressed in the remarks page? And they were incomplete remarks. One of
Was there
them,
a separate list of remarks, how they're,
that's it,
that's it?
that's it.
And if there's another place where there's remarks in there.
There's something.
Doesn't deal with, it deals as a complaint against.
Yes, and that's what we need to,
That's the one.
I have a question on that. See,
Oh, hang on, she's using it.
That's number 2.
These are the questions.
Yeah, this is two. That's what everybody's talking about.
And then on the challenge page. I think that's it.
Two. You think two?
I got the phone.
That's all it is, 16 challenges.
Well, they didn't even write 16 challenges.
Here's the challenger page. None.
On the challenges that we had no time, when those challenges were put forward.
So the one that you wrote there was in the
Put it at
remarks.
7:32 in the morning, I can't tell you how many challenges they've had so far. We only had one.
In the formal remark section, but then there's a remark section at the back. There's remarks. And they almost addressed one, and the other one, they didn't even finish the sentence.
I see that in she's done.
This is not an English class of grammar.
No, but it does, but we don't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why we're gonna make a
We're
phone call.
supposed to ask questions, not debate the
No,
situation.
just write it down as the question, we'll get a definite answer.
So the first one, the ballot was challenged, but the sentence wasn't completed, so she obviously got drawn away from that. We also had in the sentence.
So the question would be, do you want the answer, to know the completed answer?
Was it resolved?
Was it resolved? You need to find out the story. Because otherwise, we don't really need to be talking to the city clerk, we need to be talking to the chair of the election. Because the city clerk will not know, because she will not possibly in that room.
It said that Nikita Thompson had been challenged. And then it made a couple.
But you right now don't have to try to figure it out. Just write your questions down and we'll get an answer, then you can just resolve it. Because otherwise you might be trying to resolve it now, and you might just get your answer in a few minutes with a phone call. And then you can discuss it further.
My question to the clerk is, when she filled this out at 7 a.m. and says that the challenger challenged the votes that received the voters that received AD ballot for the most part of the morning, that was put down at 7 a.m. At that time, how many challengers had he put forward?
You know,
Does that make any difference?
I think I think that was written after multiple challenges,
I want to
because
know at 7 a.m. what it says here. My question is, when did you put that down and how many challenges had been made and on what premise were those challenges put forward?
but I don't think you're
Justify
going,
them being a challenge.
you're gonna get that answer from the clerk, because
No,
she wasn't in the room.
She wasn't in it, that's why we're gonna probably have to contact the chair.
And
The clerk will not know.
We could
Because
talk
she
to
wasn't
the,
present.
does it make any difference?
No, it doesn't, because you don't have to
No.
by law write down the time or in remarks, you don't.
Who determines how the challenges are handled at the polls?
Well,
The clerk?
when we're trained, and you have a backup in line, because the Bureau of Election has somebody who you probably don't know is sitting there watching you. They usually are counting how long somebody is standing in line, or they're sent by the state. So, you're supposed to keep the line going so that people are not waiting, and be respectful of that and the voter. So, if you're being challenged, they may write it on a pad of paper, and then when the line slows down, to make sure that people can get back to work or wherever they're doing, they can go back and re-enter. It does not have to take place at the time of the challenge.
But the voter's already been and gone.
But that means that, but usually you stop everything at that time. If it's going under remarks or if it's going under a chat. It depends on how they question the issue.
Are we getting bogged down in minuscule things?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's why I was trying to. Yes,
Well, the first question we had was that there were 16 challenges by a poll challenger, they were not documented
I think that one
on
needs
a
to go
challenge
first.
ballot form. Is there a reason? That's my main question.
then that's the question asked, get your questions out,
I don't know about asking about the one that you wrote down. Or you
I don't know that that's important.
Yeah.
We had talked about it, and I thought, well, we'll write it down, and if we don't want to ask it, we don't have to.
And if you might find out when you're on the phone that there's other questions you want, but if you've got something major, let's make sure we write it down, and then you may have other questions.
Okay, so in the typed remarks section, you took the book back. Thompson's ballot was challenged, what did it say? She just said a complete sentence on this.
Nikita Thompson's ballot was challenged. Nikita Thompson's ballot was challenged. We also had,
Thank you.
And then it stopped.
and then it stopped.
Madam Chair, the question I would like to have asked is, of the 16 challenges, how many absentee voter ballots that were sent out were found to have come back and been voted, and then the 16, and at those, how many of those people voted a second time? Go through the list of absentee ballots that were issued to these folks. How many of them did she find? And how many of those votes were counted? And how many of those voters voted the second time?
Well, we saw on the list that they didn't come back.
But did she go through and do the same thing we did? We couldn't find any. My question to her is, did she go through the list and find out before, after issuing the second ballot? If not, then these people didn't vote twice, what are we complaining about?
I don't know that we're complaining. I think we just needed a little information because they didn't put anything down on the challenge voter page. They put nothing. And then in the remarks section, they had a couple of comments, but there was no resolution of the issue. You know, Rosie Shelton ballot was challenged. Okay, it was challenged, but what did they do?
So what's the question that the clerk can answer here?
We don't know if it's the clerk that can answer it or if it's the,
Well, then, just write down the question, and we'll call the clerk,
Okay, so
and then we
it's-
may have to switch it to the chair. You don't have to worry about that as you write your questions, just write your question, and,
okay.
Let's get them down. and-
yeah, we need to move forward.
I agree.
We have many precincts to do.
I just think that the system allowed, everything seems like it worked within the system. They were given a ballot, it didn't come back, or they didn't return it, or they surrendered it, and they were allowed to vote. That's the way it's supposed to work, and you've seen the documentation by the list, and the computer checking this all. I think my question is more, what are your rules for documentation of challenged voters? And if we have,
And that might be, then you'll know
we have challenges
what,
at the
how they
polls,
think.
what do we tell them when they come to our canvas and ask to see how their challenges were handled and we can't find anything? That, shouldn't we be providing them with some sort of feedback?
And that would be,
Yeah, you'd be
then
asking
you'll know
about what their
thinking.
processes are.
Yeah, what are you asked to do when, was there a breakdown because of overwork under,
Yeah,
keep things
that's right.
moving, et cetera? So the clerk is the one.
Could clarify
Yeah,
their challenging process. Ask them to clarify their challenging
When you guys do training,
process. Well, we don't train all depending on the population, there's two
Okay.
different. So we are limited in who we can do population, or push the information. Some of it is controlled by the local clerk.
okay, well, I think we should just make a call.
Sally Forth,
Well, wait, let me get Sheila back. Because we told her we were gonna call it Curry, so she's.
I think the bottom line is, I near impossible to vote twice, so our system makes sure of that. But you have a question about it, it should be documented, that you asked your question. You got an answer. Someone looked
Yeah,
at
we
it.
may not need the chair, just more of a definition of how they're processing. So if you can come up there ready to call her. Thank you.
Somebody above us is
Well, yeah. Oh, they're gonna want us to put a clear explanation of why we spent 2 hours.
And then I would write something within that, your remarks after the phone call, so that it can be resolved.
Niles meeting. There she is. Work for us to do.
I think you guys making the trip over that, over in the next step, right?
That's what they're writing.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, what would you like me to do?
I think they're ready for the call.
Oh,
And so we're gonna go back to the minutes.
okay. I'm just gonna grab that.
Okay.
So do you have the question? Did you want me to ask the question? Do you want to ask the question?
I can ask.
All right.
Remember, we only, the phone line goes only so far.
Yeah.
Run it way up there. Huh?
I'm going home to the other side.
Oh, there.
You gotta hear it.
Huh?
If you wanna ask a question, you have to close the phone.
It's probably a good idea to bring chairs. Oh, I thought you were gonna bring a chair here.
Well, I tried to connect you. City Clerk's Office, Kim speaking, how may I help you?
Hi, Kim. This is Sheila Wright, the election administrator for Berrien County.
Hi, Sheila.
I have you on speakerphone, hon. We have the board of canvassers in the room.
Okay,
We have a couple of challengers,
okay.
and the county clerk is here, and Jason, the election coordinator, okay?
And County Clerk
Okay.
Sharon.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon's county clerk, hon. I didn't tell you that. But anyway, I know you know that. So Miss Greta is the vice chair of the board of canvassers, and she has a couple of questions for you.
Okay,
Hi, Kim.
hi.
We had a challenger from the election, from the polls, come in today, and he had some questions about challenges that he presented at the poll. This is
Okay,
precinct 2, where were we? Benton Harbor, precinct 2. And
yes,
he had a list of 16 people that, as he was observing, he observed that they were issued absentee ballots, yet he didn't see them turning them in, and they were issued new ballots to vote at the polls.
okay,
And so he was questioning how that was handled, and so when we looked in the book, we did not find, we didn't find a challenged voter page filled out with anybody on it. We didn't find anything in the remarks except a couple of references to challenged ballots. One was in the remarks section, it said Kim Thompson's ballot was challenged. We also had, and then the sentence stopped. So we don't know what happened there. And we don't see any evidence that any of the 16 people, the 16 challenges that he presented were addressed on paper. So we're wondering, what is the procedure? I know everybody's very busy and there's lots going on. But what is the procedure for documenting and sending on to the canvas board these challenges that he had?
okay. So first of all, I did get calls about each and every challenge or each and every person who came who were issued an AV ballot. That was the process that we implemented before the election. They were told that if anyone had an AV by their name, call me directly to see if the person has already issued or already returned their ballot, and then 2, what the next steps were for the voter to ensure that a voter did not have the opportunity of voting twice. So the chairperson called me on every single person that came in, and they were either told, for all of them, really, I don't think I had any voter that showed up that voted already and returned their ballot. So the process, I would tell them at that time I would check that the person did not return their ballot, and if they did not, I said have them complete that form. And then if they have a ballot with them, have them surrender the ballot, and then go ahead and send them or issue them a ballot in the precinct so that they could vote.
Okay.
And the chairs followed that procedure. When they came to the office at the end of the night, they didn't think that, they told me about the challenges from this challenger, but they didn't think that that he had formal challenges, official challenges.
Oh, okay.
So they didn't document it in that way, but I did say, well, make a summation, because that was the challenge, was the fact that they were issuing these voters a ballot when they had an AV by their name. And since that was cleared up in the precinct, and they didn't think that, because that's not a typical challenge that they would normally have.
Right.
So I just said acknowledge it by, because that was the only challenge that they had, was that specific type of challenge. So I said just sum it up, put it in the remarks page, because they didn't write down each and every person, because again, they didn't think it was a formal challenge. And after talking to staff from Berrien County, after talking to me, they didn't feel like that it was a formal challenge, but I did say acknowledge it by summing up that that was the challenge that you were having all day. That was the only challenge or type of challenge that they had in that precinct for the entire election. So that's why it was noted in that way.
Okay, so each one wasn't addressed individually and it wasn't filled out on a challenge voter form?
No, they just did a summation of that, because every challenge was that type of challenge, and like I said, they didn't think that it was a formal challenge,
Okay.
and that's what it was.
So I think that the challenger did not, I know he's not, everybody's not going to stop and explain the whole system to him at the time. We know that nobody votes twice because of your system, what you have in place. But the challengers don't usually know that, so when he came to see what we were doing, he didn't know any of this, and he was wondering why his challenges weren't addressed formally.
He didn't know the process, or
He didn't know.
From my understanding, he was right there when they were calling the clerk, when they were calling me. And it was explained to him, from my understanding, when Berrien County staff, and I can't remember who went over there, but it was explained to him at that moment as well. So I'm unsure of that comment that he didn't know.
Okay, I'm sorry, I maybe assumed that. I didn't talk to him in depth about it. Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
The girl who was working precinct 4. Yes.
One you wrote down?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask?
No, you can ask her, because she was supposed to be in 4 and they provisioned her ballot.
Dashina Williams was supposed to be in precinct 4, but she came to precinct 2.
Yes.
Did she eventually get to vote? Did she go over to precinct 4?
I can look real quick. I'm not sure. Hold on, I'll take a look. But she was not in their precinct, she was in the wrong precinct, and the EPOL abuser hit a provision and threw their numbers off. But I can definitely look real quick, see if she voted.
Yeah, I think they reconciled the numbers.
We
Could you
figured that
explain
out.
that real well?
Yeah, we explained, we did do that. Hold on, I'll tell you in just a second. Just uploaded my history. Dashina Williams. Okay, this is showing election day type, no absentee, but does that mean she voted in the precinct? Let me check another list. So it's showing that, it has the date and it just says no to absentee voting, but I don't know if that means that she did vote in person, but I can look at another list and see. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
I hope it's advertised.
Let's see.
She's on the computer, so
I think it is.
she can search.
Yep, I'm gonna search. She's in Ward 4. Okay. Where's my list? Oh, okay. Okay, where is she? Dashina. Okay, no, voted. It said yes.
Okay,
Good.
Yep, she
Thank
wrote it, but
you.
not by Avery.
We were concerned about it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just, I guess, like I said, the e-public user just accidentally did that hit provision, messed the numbers up, we were able to correct it, and they sent her to the right precinct.
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
Well,
you're welcome.
I appreciate your talking with us. Thank you for your time and your effort.
You are very welcome.
Thank
We
you.
do appreciate it, thank
Anybody
you.
else want to say anything to Kim?
Just thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you for understanding
All right.
the challenges that we have as clerks, so.
We do. We got one right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, thank you, talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, all right, bye.
She got to vote.
She got to vote.
She got to vote.
The other people that voted didn't vote twice. I think we're all right. Are you satisfied? I'm satisfied. And remember the board, so we'll talk, we'll write it up and we'll continue on with it. Thank you.
Oh, morning.
I got it.
I believe we have another, I'm going
to take that just about five minutes to try and write this up.
We have another challenger, another precinct in the city department, and I do know that Clerk Thompson is gonna be out on Friday afternoon, so I know she would like us to deal with all the issues so that.
And what precinct is it?
Four, so if you can, while she writes everything up, you can start reviewing four, and then we'll have, we can look at whatever challenges are there and if there's any issues.
Because we're not in previous before. Okay.
When you were to, so when you. All right. Okay, yeah.
Can you give us a direction of?
Why don't you start doing what you get due, and
Okay.
when you get to that point, then you can assess it, just do it as normal, and then when you start getting to that, then we'll probably, you know what I'm saying? That makes sense.
Yeah.
So then you're not skipping along your checklist. Otherwise you might miss the
We
first
will
one.
need some checklists.
Oh, you don't have a checklist? No, is that the ones with Benton, with the names typed in?
I can't find the regular one.
Oh, this thing. I think they're over there. I'll get them.
I've got
Give them a blank.
Jan and
It's right
Kim.
here.
Berrien. But I think they received all the Benton Harbor ones they had.
Oh, you got, then just give them a new, clean one.
I just wanted to replace it.
You got to be right in. But they don't have a write-in page. They don't have a write-in page.
Oh.
Yeah, write-in page. So when we call on that one.
Why not put that one with my note, it's the one that's least marked all over. Look at mine.
We don't have the page that says what seals they put on.
Are you an EV?
No?
I'll call Sheila.
I'm not in the AV book.
But you still have seals.
Here's the AV book.
Are you in the Board of Canvassers book or my book?
Yours?
Look in your book and see what you got. Hey, you're introducing your, opened it up. And the book's incomplete. Look at this book, start thinking. Cause you might have it.
We have a pink copy, but we don't have that.
Okay, she was coming up, so we might call her up. So you don't even have the sheets at all? What sheets are you missing?
You're missing everything but the cover, the remarks section with no remarks. And the
I wonder
back
if
cover.
I wonder if they
We got
put
the
it in
seal
another
verification.
package.
Signatures.
Could have stuck it, because the receiving board may have combined it with another. I'm guessing, just suggesting. So you might want, since the receiving board put it together, the packet. You could have it in another board, but
Yep, we have it here, but we don't have,
No, I understand that.
but you could have it in the other phone case. Because I know they have a receiving board.
we don't have this one. And this is precinct 2.
Sheila's here, she'll look at your book. Okay, we can go look at your book. I'm just wondering if the receiving board put it in the wrong envelope.
We have this page. Okay. We have this page. Okay. We do not have this page. We do not have this page. So you have the statement of votes where you want to do it, okay? We do have a list of voters. We do have a remarks page. And you have that sign. Okay. No, this is for, yep.
And is that the Board of Canvassers envelope or the town clerk?
Clerks. Okay. We have a copy
That's out of the board of canvasser envelope,
out of the
correct?
board of canvassers. And we also have a writer's sheet, but we don't have the original.
So I'm
That's in
thinking,
the board of, that was us. Okay? So, this is the AV board. That's AV board. This is two. This is the PDA here. This is two. And this is how this came. I had to put this back in.
it's safer than. You wanna-
Yeah, I think so. Here is the, I think it, county clerk's envelope.
Did you drive for a phone conversation?
I said that we called him. And did he want?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you, it's just crazy.
I just
I
had
think
it
we
back.
all have to sign this, and
I
I have
think
to
because
have
it
it
just
all
took
read
the
it.
stuff out of it.
I would,
We're gonna sign it.
yeah.
If you have a,
I won't have any problems with this.
okay. And then we'll do that.
In there, yes, in that precinct.
Is there any more envelope over here?
Over here. And I think we gotta put that.
Sharon, have you got it? Okay, so did we look in there to see if they just got it?
You want your pen back?
Yes, please. And other people have to read it.
So, I would, my best guesstimation, and with the guesstimation, if you have a copy, then I would say
I'm the only one that's.
those pages got put in the local clerk envelope.
So she'll only need to look in her envelope and see if she's got mine.
Yeah.
But you got them in your board of canvasser envelope.
Yeah, they have them in.
So you're in my envelope, so.
So
Really, they got-
your envelope is missing the election inspector's completion certificate and the, what are the other one?
Larry,
The,
Will I give you my
Write-in
overall
statement of
explanation
votes.
of what we just did?
they have their copies, so that, I mean, it was filled out. Because
you got the copy.
you've got the copy, so I would say that the other two pages probably got put in the local envelope, and I would be more than happy to call and make, and ask her to look there. How's that sound? That's your board.
But you can keep on canvas because you got the other sheet.
We got the others.
Yeah,
We'll
so-
go on,
But we gotta finish mine.
Yeah, and then, then we'll get it.
Okay, okay, keep on canvassing, use yours, and
And
then
I'll
I'll
go
give
give
her.
her.
Have a problem if the receiving board didn't sign their form?
Just make remarks. I mean, that form's mostly to help
For
them.
them, yeah.
Yeah, it's not,
Right.
it's a worksheet to make sure
Nobody's
they
going to be
follow.
reviewing it.
Yeah, it helps, it gives them guidelines so they don't miss.
No, no, everything was okay.
Speaker's present, closed, yes. This section. Voter, we got that right. Okay.
That was the vote.
Ballot summary. It's closed here. I'm sure I just go here, Cheryl. Received, board for reviews and use and ballots issued.
do you want me to hang on to that?
Yes, do you still have the attachment?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know if I
Why don't
could.
you take the stapler?
Yeah, I'll get this together and.
Yeah, let it, put his name in, yeah, let's put the name in. Not on that one, on this one.
On this one?
Yeah. Let's get- I'm having you sign this stuff.
Okay, remarks page 12.
We actually got one that's tight.
Oh, there.
Well, you know what?
Take out tabulated on ballot summary receipt. Take total on ballot. Number of names of the total vote was 331, so that's right. This is the recent vote, we can, this is no way.
That's if they try to put it through the tabulator and eight.
Okay, let me ask a question. Is there something that we must have missed?
See,
You don't have any challenges or anything? Or?
There's nothing listed in here as a challenger.
Yes.
We got 3 spoiled ballots. No challenge on the challenge page.
Well, I did that, so what are you saying?
they duplicated them.
The only thing they had was 3 spoiled ballots.
Tabulator and either, you know, when the
I'm
baby
gonna
ballots come in, they're
bring
folded off and
Sheila out.
then they have little
Someone on
freeze
the
ones,
board.
and sometimes the tabulator.
And we did receive phone calls that
Duplicated, so that we
that's
can
why I sent
get a ballot to
Jason
go
and
through.
Sheila up
So they do that.
regarding issues in that
Batch.
thing.
Oh, that's weird.
So, we,
5, 6,
find out what's going, because we have the calendar here. So,
Well, we have nothing listed as challenged. But I have these challenges. 6.
so I think you want to try to bring the two words together.
I think that's a good idea
And
because
let me get Sheila.
there's nothing listed back here in the label.
And maybe it wasn't, they didn't feel it was a challenge. Is there any comments and remarks? Go to the remark sheet. Oh, you're here. Oh, that was good. I didn't find. There
Nothing is
was-
listed as challenged.
You got anything in the remarks?
we do
Maybe
have
then-
challenge voters on the challenge voter page.
Okay, so you do that.
Yes.
Okay, so it is written.
We just sign on sheet.
They changed their sign and affidavit. It says, I just got down to this one.
On this one, it didn't sign an
I know, I
affidavit.
should
This one was
find
sent
out.
to
I'm just far behind.
Okay,
Did you find?
we found 6 challenge voters.
Okay, we need the board.
We need to go over there.
Huh?
They're having an issue, we need to go over there.
So I guess we'll just make copies of those and put them in line.
Or did they get mixed up and put in a different book?
Well, the question is, I have a question. You remember those missing sheets that you have in the board of canvassers, which I don't have in my envelope? The missing sheets from that precinct? Remember I said they could be in the other precincts because of the receiving board?
I think we checked, didn't we?
Did you check all precincts?
We did.
But Sheila called her up on, she put it forward, did she check all her up?
Yes, she checked all of her envelopes,
So
she
she
had
checked-
all white copies, which would be the top sheet, then the pink sheet, and then it would be the manila
Yeah.
copy. And she has all white.
Okay, I just found white ones. And here,
Which precinct?
1,
And which envelope do you have?
1. But I shouldn't have these.
Under always me.
That is correct.
What do you want me to do with it?
I would put them back in there,
But we're ready,
and we would make a note, and he will have to swap them out with the counts.
okay, yeah, so the receiving board, these packets together, right?
That would be logical. Yes, I would say that the receiving board did not.
The receiving board didn't do well.
And so I would check the county board in case.
I don't care what
Well, that's only with that blue sheet. That's not supposed to be there.
Write-ins and the receiving board checklist is the only thing in here. And it's white.
This is 4, that's what I found.
Well,
But I found it in
are you kidding me?
precinct 4,
Is that the county clerk's envelope?
yeah,
That's my envelope? Yeah.
but that's all that's in there. So I've got the rest of it,
What are you working on?
4. They're a little confused. And here's 4,
Oh, so they didn't put the sheets in it.
So from a local clerk's perspective, looking at a receiving board, you always have extra envelopes, so maybe they had put the seal on the poll book, realized that those sheets weren't in it, and so they sealed them into a separate, county clerk. That would be common sense logic being used. I don't know that that's happened, but that would explain it.
But it's in the county clerk envelope.
And you got that
That's
poll book
mine
from the
envelope.
county clerk envelope?
I got it out of here.
Do you have two county clerk envelopes for precinct 4?
You got 2 in precinct 4, that's,
There's 1.
they
here's
sealed one and then they
4.
found it and stuck it in another
You want to see
precinct.
what's over there?
2 and
2
3.
and 3.
This is a board of canvassers.
Is it possible that you pulled
This
out
is the
the
counting board,
board,
80 counting board. You want me to open?
Ms. Cheryl?
But
Is it possible that you pulled out the poll book from that envelope and didn't see the loose sheets in there, not hooked in?
No, because somebody else just looked at it with me.
Okay.
I got into it, when we were into that one, put everything back in it,
Okay.
set it over there.
As long as we find it, I'm okay.
I'm just glad we found it.
Just, no.
I have a seat.
I think I'm not gonna have that today. I'm not gonna have.
Can I punch a hole in this to stick it in here?
Let's clip it.
Yeah, give them the hole punch and put it in.
Yeah, I would go, you're not gonna destroy them.
Okay.
Under you, Joe.
Huh?
Oh, that,
You don't mind me touching the tip of your pen?
I don't know.
Here it is, Jason.
Okay.
Royalton. And on the remarks section, you have challenge ballot, SJZ or SJ2 is tabulated. Do you know what that?
St. Joe Precinct 2,
Is that?
well, it's Royalton is a St. Joe mailing address.
Okay.
But I don't know, what do you think an SJ? Do you know another SJ? The only SJ I know is St.
This is
Joe.
in Royalton.
Which is a St. Joe mailing address.
This is
SJ2.
This is one.
I don't know.
We don't have.
I'm not concerned that we were challenge ballots because we were tabulated, we worked it out, but I don't know what that.
This is four.
Here's four.
You may have to call, I don't know.
These are for four.
Those are four. Oh, sure. Okay, let's get.
Oh, maybe I did just say.
Challenge.
Challenge ballot, St. Joe 2 was.
I don't think it's in Joe.
I don't think so either, because why would they do the 80 county board for Royalton?
Oh, there's SJ all over, maybe that's the initials.
Maybe that's their initials.
Yeah, I think that's their initials.
Okay, so.
They just put it.
They put their
Okay.
initials
Okay.
afterwards.
It's somebody's initials, Larry, whoever was working on it. There was a challenge, but they
So
went
you know
ahead
who
and
wrote it.
tabulated it, so it's not any problems. And the person that tabulated
I know, I just did all
it,
fours
tabulated it
together.
was SJZ.
As long as we all agree that somebody's in this.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at it.
All right, now. Now that we found everything. So we're not
That's
missing
the only
anything.
reference that I see to a challenge.
Is there anything in particular you want
Not
me
a
to
challenge
double check?
voter.
Okay, so you were going to discuss, excuse me, Madam Chair? Yes. They were gonna look at those comments,
We need to come over?
yeah, so if you wanna review those comments, and we can just make sure the issues have been reviewed.
It's sitting in front of the computer with the report on it right now. My breakfast that I had, that I haven't had yet, cottage cheese and pumpkin pie, so it's like, it's not really that exciting. It might be, so, but I haven't eaten it yet, so. I don't even think I can have my coffee.
I don't need you to have coffee or pass.
You learned your lesson? We did very well. There's certain things I'm making up that we can improve on, but you can always improve.
Is this precinct 4?
I was gonna call you, but then I was thinking, oh, you might be here.
So they signed an affidavit, that's what they're supposed to do, right? And I imagine they called the clerk, but Kim just told us that she
They've
got all
already
the
done.
and
Address on that, I just made a difference, so just as attached to register ballot not issued. And then the false thing, there was a ballot not issued, which was false.
ballot was issued to them. So the ones us believe the false that there was a ballot issue. The challenger,
It says here that you believe falsely there was a ballot issue, which was false. And then down here, it says the ballot was issued and then identified. Was there a ballot issue?
talking about it.
They had signed affidavits,
Okay, this one does not say that there was an affidavit signed.
well, they were very tough to work with, so I can't answer that truthfully.
Okay.
Most of them, I do have the names of 3 of them at home that I got bring a notebook. I can run home, I'm not that far from here, and get the 3.
And
The
is it these that are up here? Do you identify Denise Blood and Justin McClendon as one of the 3? Any of the 3?
One of them was Stansberry. No, was it Stansberry? Is there Stansberry there?
Yeah.
Right there.
Dana Stansberry,
And one of
yes.
them was Hill. And the third one, I can't remember, I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Okay, were they resolved or not resolved?
Here, they signed an affidavit. The 2 that I have questioned, Denise Bland, the address on the ID, the mail, they were different. So she was sent to the city hall to register.
I would call that resolved.
And that's what, ballot was not
And then-
issued, so no problem there.
And then the next one is Jessica Clinton, and it says that he believed that there was a ballot issued, and there wasn't a ballot issued, but then down here at the bottom it says
Since then they issued the
ballot
ballot.
was
they
issued.
Issued and she was identified.
So that almost sounds like the one we had in our list of 16 that we couldn't find in the AV board.
I'm gonna check to see if she got to vote or not.
Probably.
Okay, so you'll have to look at the AB board and the other and see if you got.
You wanna look through this one and I'll look through yours, you know?
No, no answer.
My idea is, can't have it easy.
Do you need us to assist you right now?
Not right now, no. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And we check there and see if she got the vote. I'll check out here in the review board. And what's the first name?
Jessica McClinton.
So when they did all the remarks section, they put all the remarks for both precincts in the same thing. That's why I had to transfer the second one back.
That's what I thought. Oh, maybe we should put this in the right place.
have each of those, and I just read the remarks, and they talked about challenge ballots, but they resolved it. They went ahead and did them, so I would say
Oh,
did that.
oh, that's the challenge, voter.
So, write in, does that mean that we have to?
You don't have to, yeah, because it's. Well, apparently, that's official.
What is that?
Yeah. World and wonder.
We have to go back and pick those up, but let's not do it now because we're doing something else.
Well.
Oh, there's nothing in there for royalty. Is that what you said?
Royalton, no. There's all.
Yep.
I thought we did all of them, didn't we?
Loma precinct one is our here, and Royalton one and Royalton two. So let's finish what we're doing here.
And Larry, I'll pull them out of the box, because I know where I want to go.
Huh?
I'll get you the packets.
We're to the spot, we're on an AP counting board, and we're to the spot where we're talking about the write-in tally page, record of all write-in votes, and we're just putting an asterisk.
So we gotta put you on hold on the write-in, and then I put you in that box.
We're just putting an asterisk there, we're not checking the box, and we're moving on.
And then you're moving on, and then give it to me, and I'll put it in the other box, and I'll give you the number.
Okay. Okay, they'll verify the ballots on the voting page.
Yeah, that's all. 1861.
These, they can, so you want to take these back, maybe you can get them first, because you give it to some. Yes. Okay, you have to take them out. You want them out?
Because, yeah, let's finish that, I just saw it.
Now this, they got that, and then the ones they got the box. Yeah, so I can, whatever you want me to do first, I can do it. That here, now, you take those and they do that.
The lists.
Well, I can look through that, I didn't have that on my. Oh, then they finish that, they have that. Okay, so we're gonna clean that up and get rid of it. Yeah. Or on the floor. Okay, so we want to start that down here? Yeah. But. They're looking at the,
Oh,
challenge.
yeah, so don't leave it until it's
No,
done.
I won't take it.
I'm used to doing that. Voters. Sent 881, returned 881.
process starts with you giving me the season one. Was the paint on the board or was the season? Just the signature. So in this one, is the report inside here? Yes. All the ones that I gave you, I put them in the envelope so they didn't get lost.
Okay, I was just gonna check.
But they just come back and no. So you did the sheet, did you do a AV sheet too? Yes, there's an AV sheet and there's a precinct sheet. And they're in two separate
Oh,
files.
the AVs in a separate file?
Yes. This one is good to go, Sharon. So that's what we have on the order list. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna have to do is totally complete that.
They did do the raises of valid summary for the Berrien County Board, the number of items delivered.
Right in, I can just run the statement of goods in, we have here an AP done. None. So I can go in the right in. But this one had a report, so this one, that one's good because there was no write-in. It's completely done, and they just know that it's done. We're done, and they're saying,
766.
and here,
Anything else?
No, we're not challenged, nothing. Show that she voted. No challenge. Challenge was on the fact that she had an absentee ballot, and that was falsely proved to be false. And she was given a ballot.
That's what it shows.
That's what it said, that's what it showed.
Sometimes they don't put a ballot in there. Not signature methods, so 909.
This goes in here.
We showed the voting increase and there was no reference to an absentee ballot. Because I have a list of all of those.
yeah, but they,
So we got that one is good for the right?
yes, they'll have to be, they'll have to check the box and say that it's what it was.
That was it.
You're showing 6, but I have
But that Burlington is waiting.
Anybody else you can look at?
That's what we talked about.
They have. Okay. I like that. Any questions on it?
The other one was, the land, she was sent to the city hall to register, and a ballot was not issued. And the other one,
Sign the affidavits.
well, absentee ballot sent signed affidavit. So all the other ones were affidavits.
even with the affidavits, you have to validate that the affidavit is true. You can check the deed with them.
They were
We're expecting that all challenges, whether they did not submit it. Second line of an affidavit.
They signed the affidavit that they didn't use that.
Yeah, you're proving it.
We have to check 3 or 4 of them to make sure they would be
They're
valid.
they're validating the signature, the affidavit signature is true. We have to check it.
That is for the clerk to do whenever they issue. That's not our job to go back
They
and
have a computer program that
pulls
they can
every
check.
bit of that right up, and they
They
can
have a
tell
computer
you.
program that allows them to check the interfaces.
They print it out, and we go through it by hand, all they gotta do is enter the number.
Or name, whichever.
Page here,
They can
sometimes,
verify that.
the seal numbers.
And they do that.
They just did it for us. That Harbor City just did it for us on something
Veterans
else.
presidents of.
And it was a lot easier than me going through the
They have
list
shoulder
over and over and
numbers,
over.
they
Did we say that correctly?
And summaries was
I
good.
caught it halfway through, hon.
We read the remarks, there were no problems.
They want to make sure
We
that
have a
We
table
have some-
that's signed and
Three
we
people
As
that
an
signed
applicant,
did
affidavits.
what you call
Anytime that you
three-point check.
Okay, so they would have to show their ID, okay, their signatures on their ID. So their ID license signature is what we verify it at. So it would be that, they would get the ID, they see the signature, they sign the affidavit, that then at the poll, they called the clerk and said they have not returned an AD. Go ahead, so there's your 3 checks.
Why 861 voters?
They send it to the mail. After they went through the polls and
Tabulated ballot.
they signed it, right, so they were true. And they signed it. And then they all just sent it to the mail. And on the final record, there isn't.
It would not be processed, because it would be rejected as never delivered to the 84 to be processed. So the scenario that you're proposing could be every single voter in the state of Michigan. So,
I was thinking the final AV record
would show who voted.
definitively whether all those mistakes.
So the AV record, the final AV record shows who voted by AV. Yeah. Yeah, and it would, because you upload the history, and anybody that it would be the next one you will be all your BS to normal.
You're cleaning out your house, so you're gonna have everything with bells to finish up. Okay, I'm gonna go through, and that's why I'm going to your packet. When you get this one all done. Ceiling, is this the one you're waiting for your big sheet, right?
Yeah, we have
So before she leaves, I'm gonna hand her this one.
You did 20 years to think about it.
And I'm gonna tell you what we have to do here. And then she's gonna put the report.
Does that
give you a.
Here's the fine thing about that.
Finish up the.
If not,
We're just, we should put it all together and seal it up.
she was the clerk.
Yeah, and then this one will be a real quickie.
Before she came here. So she knows the clerk side of it, plus she knows what's going on in here. So, we were never, we're not gonna let her
You're valuable, you're gonna get away. As soon as you said this is the hardest question.
We started the ballot number 701.
County board? Yeah, you can arrange.
I believe that I addressed this
Four.
on.
Let's have,
So, wasn't
One
clerk
is
is given the
make
ballot,
sure that it's done there.
and someone requested that, you take it out in that file. So they use that as 1,700 to issue their nation vote. So that means the first vote in person, and that ballot would be issued to the next ballot to the step president. So that's,
This is four. This is four. That's four.
I don't have those statistics, so I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think it's a concern,
Then
because,
let's figure out what we're in for.
you were precinct four. So, in the
Fill this
precinct
out,
four,
put it in a little long hang.
for the AD county board, it will list the ballot. You should see ballots of 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. If they were, if they weren't returned, then they were right to vote in person. So that ballot was rejected on Friday.
Same way with this one.
And they still had one ballot that was processed.
That's the same.
Or they surrendered that ballot. And at the precinct committee, I decided to vote in person. That's all.
And this,
No,
Okay. So then they either voted it or it was rejected. Now,
I am.
This is a little late.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Royal did that.
that is your face.
You're supposed to tell people that are watching from.
That issue's resolved? Yes, that issue is resolved. Okay. Before I have them seal this.
Usually around 4, we'll go to public comment and wrap up for today, so
Also, did you understand that?
we're wrapping up about.
Okay, this is Royalton Township AD. Do you want to look at this one on the regarding the write-in or anything here? Yes.
You have to finish this.
Okay, so. You want to go through this one? Nope, I'm okay. I don't want to look at this. So, you can go on back You've had none. So all the write-ins are accounted for. So you can check the box, so you can check the box. And now you want to go just the report. Yep, I'm gonna do Royalton, one, when I print the report for Royalton 1 and 2, it will include that. Okay, so then, they just need to. They need to seal that one up, and then you can mark the write-ins.
I did that.
Okay, so she'll get to the report, and
Okay.
then, so this report, just so you know, the 80 county board report numbers will be included in the precinct, so you'll want the EC report. You're gonna want to. So when you finish it,
Okay.
you already know.
They're gonna be on the same sheet, yeah.
Right, yes, because,
Everything, yeah.
because the reporting doesn't break it out, it only breaks it out per precinct, and it includes the absentee voter county board in the precinct.
Okay.
So you won't end up with 3 reports, you're gonna end up with 2, precinct 1, precinct 2. But this information for precinct 1 is included in this report.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So don't give me
It's a
that
little
report.
confusing,
Hold on to it.
but I didn't write the computer program, so I'm just operating that.
Okay, we will check off everything we feel
But now you look at the right way, so.
Yeah, thank you.
So you just seal it and we'll, so I will go print those 2 reports and then that is seal it and I'll put it here and then I'll tell you what to do with it here. It's your question.
This is just our empty, okay, so this is our orange flag.
Jen, did you see if we have everything that goes through? Done it?
Make sure that's everything we need.
This one here, this one will be completely done because we have the whole report now.
Oh, yeah.
The write-ins, there's no issue, so I don't think we
Just
need
need
to.
to do the tape.
Everything.
I think you did the whole thing. Check the write-ins, so it said none, it would be correct, so you have to sign anything or reference.
Okay, so we don't even have to go through this all.
No, you don't have to do anything, because there was no write-in.
So we have a bunch of-
I don't know if you have anything on your checklist.
We've
so
done
I
it.
don't
Right
know.
here, so we have it.
I'm just, and then we'll take the board canvassers envelope out of that one and make it separate. If a recount, there'll be a board canvasser envelope and a conflict, and I don't want to. So we're gonna check one still in the right in on that one.
Well, we have more.
Yeah, then you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's-
Well, I think that was before we understood the writing.
Okay.
That was the first, okay, so now, keep your board canvasser envelope out of that one.
No. And then it's not enough for
And I will face this, and I don't have done that. So I'll do that, seal that one, and it's completely
and it's been about how many minutes?
No, no, this, they're supposed to be separate.
Oh, okay.
I know, that was,
And the statement of
because if we
vote.
have a recount, they don't want to see that, they want to.
Okay, we see.
I don't know if you're gonna have to
So
check.
now I'm gonna match the ticket to the statement of vote.
You already did that. You already did it. You did it again. That's done. It's just an issue of the writing.
This was just the issue of the right. You did that. You're supposed to do it.
And for some reason we have
This
done,
one you
it
had.
turned out to be true, so
Yeah.
if we update it up, or it actually said no, we don't. So we need to seal it up with a new seal.
Okay, so Malone is not filed. Good job. Royalton, we're still waiting.
She's gonna give it the notice while we're waiting for our, what is it? Statement of votes, yes.
So you want me to-
We're not ready to get it.
Yeah, I will
Unless
hear
it's
it.
Okay, we already did.
Let me see if, oh, and I heard, okay, she said I would have that, okay. And I'm afraid of the harm of those ones.
The reason I take that, I wash it out.
Okay.
Is to be-
Are you done, Doug?
Yes. Those two are together.
I'm giving you a new one, you have a report on the side of it. And I need to do the city of Bridgman. Jason?
Yeah.
Do you know for the city of Bridgman?
Two.
City of Bridgman, Board of Canvas about,
Or cancer.
you will have your whole statement. Then these are all results of the right. Yeah, good one. We're gonna, we'll be passed on that other items, very shortly. Okay, so
Thank you. I'm just ready to do this. What? All right, this is the
We're
city
gonna
of
try, to get it done,
precinct one.
and that way, these are done, but we'd like to make sure everything is in the right spot, you know, things like.
yeah, why don't you do that, and then we'll go back and make sure we.
And then I got, if we get this done, then tomorrow, the first thing we do 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 1 more, make sure everything's in there.
In the morning, you'll clean it up,
Okay, now
Yes.
I remember.
but you'll finish, okay, you'll finish this one up, and then tomorrow we'll fresh,
Wait.
rest it on, you'll make sure everything's attached appropriately. Okay, got it. And then I'll put a little note on it in this special.
We're now going
file
to
of yours.
canvass the city of
We still
Bridgman,
haven't checked the numbers yet.
Okay.
precinct 1.
Right, because she's got to write a report. And she's doing theirs right now, if you had a big one. And,
They couldn't see you on camera, but they probably heard you. But you can just do that from your seat.
Okay, nobody cares, right?
Right,
But we care.
I know, but I just wanted to say, no one saw you on camera, that's your intent.
Okay.
Pretty nice camera,
I thought maybe I had to get
Takes a
closer
really
to the
good
mic.
picture.
No, you can just kind of, in your booming voice, say it.
Okay.
Graduation certificate.
Okay, she gave me. You gave me. Are we supposed to have, Pacific One or AB County Board?
Oh, did I give you?
Yeah, I just opened this and
You're supposed to have the one I gave you, so what
it's
did,
a county board.
what did we get, the wrong?
I've got,
He needs the AD.
I've got this, but I got two.
I think it's on the back here. So I can tell
Yeah,
you.
it's in there.
Ours is a county
Or I
board.
gave them, not you, I did.
We are doing a county board, we're not doing any precinct one, and I'm not really telling them. Is it okay if I don't?
Here, you can, I think those are just the ADs, I can't find where the regular sheets are. So here's a blank sheet, you can,
Okay, we can fill that in.
you can use.
No problem.
Verified ballot, cast and total tape. Recorded. This says they have 316.
You think this is the same, I think this is the same. It's not a text.
It says AD.
Yeah, but she told me the others were behind. These are all they got.
Yeah,
They don't have them in there.
no.
I don't know what happened to them.
You mean the ones that are already filled out? It
Yeah.
doesn't take much to fill those out, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, but I know I have.
I don't, I was told I was.
Yes, I am.
Well, we got one with this, City of Richmond, precinct one.
Oh,
It's filled out.
well, maybe she took them downstairs and she went to the other.
So we need to find a blank one.
Did you get it done?
Oh, I thought one of the forms that we just got.
I thought you could leave it. Okay.
All this section. Everybody voted?
Weapon.
Ballot summary section.
River, the river.
Spoil. Spoil ballots.
One and two. So these need to be it.
Oh, good. So,
There were no write-ins, we were just missing the report.
Okay, so we're not writing, so it's
now they have a file too.
everything that
And we'll have,
envelope should have.
the ones that they're doing the city of Berrien, but that's the ones, that, not that one, next box, that's their box. So they need to be checked for write-ins and one of these reports.
So these are waiting write-ins. This is waiting the AV list from the clerk.
Right, and we, those are, does that say it's waiting write-ins?
This one does.
Right, and you know what, I got this too. Waiting write-ins and reports. I think these are city. Wait, is that Board of Canvassers?
These ones they haven't looked at, so they're just waiting to review the write-ins. Those they haven't looked at, so that's okay. And this one, they're waiting the AV list, so I'm just gonna got that, let's take it one. I got it.
Make sense?
Okay. I'll hold the door here.
Could have carried the box. Now, did you tell me that this one was okay on?
Yes, you're all set on all of this. I know, I'll be glad when we're done about that, it's, yeah.
And she checked that it's okay with.
Okay, Sharon, we got this one done. You just have to rewind and maybe take this.
Oh, you got that one done? So that would be all of the city of Benton Harbor.
With the exception of
Yeah, report, okay. So we'll need to seal it. And then I'm gonna Jason
The
take
report, the report's in the poll book.
the report
So the
is
reminder.
gonna be printed by Sheila.
Oh,
So you'll have to take that for it. 'Cause that's what she's working on, their reports. So they finish their.
Well, there is one here, she said it was taken.
what, single vote report you mean?
Yes,
Oh, okay. I thought you
but
meant,
they're gonna need these to check their writings and everything.
right, but no, I was talking about, this that was drafted by Dresden.
Oh.
That is in the poll book. Is in the
You already put that in there.
precinct two.
You did put it.
Yes,
So that needs to be placed in precinct two.
yeah, that was placed in precinct two.
I did not do it. Did you do it?
I did it.
Then it's in there.
It's in there.
I think he was asking.
I thought you,
Or telling us.
I thought he was doing the opposite of what he really did.
Battery is running low.
Oh, is this not plugged in?
No, the plug thing was, there we go.
It's so nice and folded that even the thumbs.
Oh, look at that.
I remember when it fell off.
Cheryl, whatever they say on it,
There's the solidarity one. One vote.
Jason,
Yeah.
these are done
where's your write-in
with the
sheet?
exception of checking the
Is he on
numbers
there?
and the,
So he's not writing.
Okay.
well, we don't have that.
You have to do anything, but they did mark it and acknowledge that. So, okay, that's good.
So we don't have to get this done more.
No, you checked and it's correct. They said what? It's legit? You balance.
Good job. Okay, total vote is 701. And 701.
Did you just get them then?
Give me that number.
Take those, put them on the Sheila. No, they need that report and look in at writing.
Okay.
And then she'll have everything on that so that we can bring it all back up to date. They will all be good on. Now it's next.
Sorry, my mom's got knocked off when they come again.
Oh, my gosh.
So this is, what do we call this list?
I didn't mean to look that. I was like.
You didn't, but I just thought I'd let you know that I really wasn't
SOB is.
going without one.
701. The tape is 701. And we need to look at the,
Can you, how are you going to, let's remove
We can do that.
definition?
serial number. Yeah, that's okay, they didn't change it, they didn't change this memory storage container, it's okay. These are the people that did the closable polls. So this is the list of voters, which we looked at. When we looked at the total, we didn't study it, we should see. You know, they're not gonna have any comments because they have the secret ballots and then. After they take a vote
Get out of
today,
here. I think we're all good.
Can you send a text to have everyone either email you or? Well, if you have anything that you observe that you want to put in, let me know because I have to send up a final report.
just shoot it through and says, nah, don't like that one. So you have to duplicate it to make a presentable ballot.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to it. I really appreciate it.
And I
You're too kind to me. I appreciate your
Seriously, you're working your ass off. I appreciate it. So, see you, tell Denny I say hi.
I shall.
Well, this is the-
Have a good day. Drive safe.
Where you going? Have fun.
All right, so we don't need to read that, right? Number of voters.
Give it to me and I will take it, but I don't want it out.
I put the date and the initiative. If we work on it together. Do they? These are the. This is the. Right there.
These are just rules.
Work with this now.
That's my stuff.
Yeah. City of Berrien, absentee ballots, ballot counting, absentee voter, private counting. These are all the people.
Yes.
And so what we look at is the total number, and the clerk's not printing it all off. Yeah, they were done on election day. We never
Is
sent
that
ballots.
Berrien?
Follow them or we found or something. We try not to do that, especially in the pandemic. And we try to make everything tie out as best we can. It's gonna be a.
I don't think she got, I think she took it together. I don't know why that's.
Haven't done it for a while. We didn't do it during the primary. We didn't do it in March.
No, this is my stuff.
Okay.
But I don't know what that stuff is. Is that the incomplete report or the report? I don't know what that is. We need to find out. Is this the full report, the incomplete one? It was sitting here.
Oh, yeah, that's why I got this silly.
Well, you wouldn't have that individually. You can't ask them.
Well, on my first day,
Really, is that the one you found?
I have
We would
voters
mark that one if you
cast
get taken out of poll.
701, so you have that on there somewhere. You
Well,
already-
she looked at that.
We can put it with the Bainbridge stuff and if we find that there's one there, then
Well, yeah, we'll look at the Bainbridge stuff and just double check it.
Is this thing spit out by the computer?
Well,
We'll just put a
it
paper
is
clip on
after
it,
she tells it to.
or something, and put a little note on it.
Jeff had time because he's.
Question.
I know, and you're saying.
And I'll put it in your
so- and
box.
that's-
This is.
How would we
this-
check?
you know,
yeah.
our box doesn't seem to be progressing.
Yes, it is. You took your whole box, you have nothing in your box,
Except that
question mark. I never find out
Okay.
what it's from, and this is all volunteer. I don't know if it's the one that was replaced, that was incomplete, but I thought we put it in the folder, but we may not. Is that the incomplete report? Or did Sheila run two copies of that?
I took my first page and I threw it
But
up
she
there,
took
and the
the
next
envelope,
page
so
didn't
you-
have what I wanted.
Wait, that's something,
So that's why you gotta put it in there with a question mark,
we just need to check it out
and
tomorrow.
see if it's in there.
Exactly. And you know, that's one of those good things that,
Two papers. That was,
I wonder how many tons of paper we use to do this.
well,
Yeah.
well, this one was gonna be a record.
Working class,
Well, that's my question.
Green Party one.
That's my
Natural law,
question.
0.
How many tons of paper we go through?
No, my question is, why don't you have the computers? I mean,
Who's gonna pay for it?
the computers that you use, the computers that you would use.
Those are election.
You know, tabulator?
No, not the tabulators, the computers. You check when people come in.
But they don't have computers.
Check the IDs.
Oh, like where you see the repeated updates, we don't,
They don't have computers.
that's not us.
That's not them.
We're checking their work, so we don't need to look at their computers.
That's a whole different entity.
We need to look at their result.
Yeah, they don't, they're checking, they don't have computers. They're not checking any voters. And those voting ones, where you see those computers are only used for that and cannot be used for anything else. And they're secured and then,
That's what I was asking.
yeah, they cannot be used for anything but that, and they're secured through the state of Michigan.
They wouldn't share with us even if we wanted.
And they're coded. So somebody can't tamper with it.
You guys should get closer together and we can do it.
It's like, we have computers that are just election, cannot be used for any other source.
291.
So how do they get rid of the,
Flip my page now.
how do they do a flush? How do they get rid of the names that should be there?
It's like, I can't do.
There's a certain time in the process, after a certain point, that they have to clean out and wipe out. You would clean it? QBF, it's all programmed into a number
Wait, now you said 5.
through the state
Jones.
system.
Yeah.
That's a whole different one. That's not for this meeting.
Well, I was just trying to say, how do they print up the voter roll?
They don't have
Actually,
computers.
we check them all.
All we have to do is put the date on, because we're gonna see
I'm
more
doing this one.
tomorrow, so we better go.
Okay, well,
I don't know how far they are on the, because they have the whole sheet that they can do.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want one.
I think this.
See where they are.
Hey, guys,
Guys?
Yeah.
how close are you to being finished? Because if you're not, we'll take another envelope.
We've got to go through the tape and these numbers.
And you want one while they're working on it, so
Sure,
they can
sure.
at least be in the process. They didn't waste time.
I don't want to waste time either.
Jerry,
I thought we could
Or if you want
almost
us to stop.
No,
We
no,
can stop.
finish it.
What do you want to do? Either,
This
We
is
will
busy
have-
work. We can stop.
you're gonna have a lot to go through.
Oh, okay.
So you can either finish this up, we could stop and take public comments, and then you can go back and finish that, and at least get the public comments for today if there are any.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Are we
Yeah.
only supposed to be going till 4, or public comments are every day at 4?
No, whenever we want.
Okay.
But I do know the IT department likes to shut down at a certain time, because there's a lot of things they have to shut down. And I'm not,
Okay, well, if you want us to continue and get this over with, it should take us maybe 5 more minutes.
finish
No,
it
let's
for 5
finish it.
minutes.
Finish.
I'd rather get it done.
I'm a little confused by the fact that we had one vote for absentee guy, and it's not, and it's a 0 on here. Or the write-in guy, I mean. So should I just ignore that?
Was he a legal write-in?
He's a write-in.
Oh, I see, with the 80 county board, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah. And under his name, there's 0. But on the Toes tape, there's a 1. Is his name on there? Or does it just says write-in? So do I don't even know.
This is City of Richmond, ABC.
He's on that tape, that's one.
There's 1 written on the tape under write-in, printed on the tape, you want to see?
Is that sheet from, where's that sheet from your report from her?
Yeah.
And it says none? It says none, and he's qualified, and it says none, and you count 1?
There's 1 on there.
Okay, then I guess I'll,
And it's on the book too.
okay, that's,
And he's on the qualified list, yeah.
okay, let me call her.
So.
Yeah, it has to do with what she typed into the program.
I thought this was spit out of this. This is the writing. I think we can keep going. I don't know if the United States Senator.
These are all 0s. Do you have anything, do you have? Carol, Renee, Jason?
You come up here, they're looking at a report you printed with a write-in. Your report says 0. And it's a legitimate qualifying voter. And it's in the full one, that's the qualifying voter. But your report has 0.
There's more. They didn't get any votes, but.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on speaker.
What was the rest of that?
Oh, Richmond.
AV.
Okay, this was one of the new packets you gave me today. Okay, so we right up to the
Okay.
She thought it was an old one.
It was gonna come up. The only reason that, did you say that Rocky had a 0?
Yeah, I'll give you that
And
easy
he was on,
just so you can start looking.
so if Rocky had a 0 that was on the tape, why do these people have 0s? Or why did they on the tape? His name's not on the- It would be after Rocky, D-Rock. Okay.
You gave it to me, I lost my whole thing.
I didn't hear any.
Yeah, every once in a while.
Computers, 358. John James, 311. Allen, Marshall, 5, 0.
Wait, stop, don't go any further.
Total votes.
Is this what,
This is Coloma.
okay, this is the complete what you did, so we can finish it off.
Rapid Congress, State District,
Don't start that one, just don't start that. Let's just clean the ones up you
Sorry,
started.
our printer ran out of color.
Jack, 15. John, 6.
I can restable it, yes.
Total votes, 61.
Okay, so, and that goes
Rapid
back.
State Legislature,
Okay.
79.
We're gonna finish Paloma, I didn't even
Nobody
start
can say it.
Paloma.
It feels so long ago,
So
yeah.
this one's where the.
Yes.
Okay, now then you finish.
326.
Okay, how many do you got there, just Paloma?
Total
Just
votes,
Paloma, okay, then,
80.
then you can just finish up, now you have
State
to
Board
report,
of
so,
Ed.
good thing.
Okay.
Well, I've got the 80, and I also got the
Lipton,
votes cast. You're over there.
Jason,
I didn't mean it like that.
281.
Here's the,
Michelle, 288. Bill, 12.
I guess that one upstairs.
Karen, 11. Douglas, 8. Mary Ann, 15.
Okay, we gotta stop.
15. Tom, what?
We gotta stop for a sec.
No.
We have to go back to that, right?
Yeah, I've got, I have it, it's divided by precinct.
two and one.
Got it. I hadn't gotten that far
Yeah,
yet.
okay.
They weren't the same size. so
I know.
There was something else going on.
Okay,
Right.
so open up the,
There's a one in there too.
And
now that is AV County Board. Are you,
okay,
Yeah.
okay. We felt kind of bad sitting over there.
And sorry for
okay,
the
so that
delay,
means,
but-
any,
Are
you City of Richmond?
We haven't started that yet. We started with, Sharon gave us the county board first.
Okay.
So do you think it, maybe it's
Check your.
supposed to be a
That's,
one?
that's what, there's a one there.
These are supposed to be, we have it right, that and this are together. So there is a one there. I think maybe these are yours.
Fresh my brain, well, we have, so,
AV County Board and,
You didn't have
Zero.
the AVs. There was,
but there's
you couldn't
one.
balance
So
out
I think the
because
way
you
you
couldn't
do
see the
reports, they
AVs.
don't, that's
see
why.
you later. Well, I just love what my source was.
Yeah.
Right, so then we also look,
Yeah, we can't harbor.
No,
Okay, so we have people yet?
she didn't, I don't know where they're on. We've got the sheet for.
Maybe you guys started,
for the
but we
canvassers, but,
we can give
you
you
know,
a new
Sharon's
form.
kind of meeting them out.
Yes, there's a form in there.
it's in the envelope, but that'll answer our question.
Okay.
Is it in the canvasser envelope?
Sharon, where is the envelope for just the city of Richmond, not the city of Richmond, AV County? Just the city, where's the envelope? You didn't give it. Is it downstairs still?
Now we got a cold.
I'll be back. Yeah, just what I said, was there another, because that's why I was questioning it earlier. You don't have it Richmond in there, do you?
No.
No, because, that's why I was surprised.
We ended up
Wait
with,
a second.
I didn't see it, that's.
Mary Ann Herring, 13.
This is the one that you,
County, 15,
and we didn't have enough.
Where are we looking for?
Tom,
Richmond.
7,
I didn't think I had it. That's why I asked her earlier, but I don't think you understood what I said. on that.
2 write-ins.
Guys,
Unresolved.
Yeah.
We probably need to put anything else in
I just got a good list of voters.
there. People do that all the
I
time.
didn't
know
know
I
what
just
I
did.
had.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
So, for the shows up,
Yeah.
1284.
Yeah, I also give you the AV list, so you're gonna have to
So
come.
I've got this one twice.
I understand.
Paul, 283, James, 9,
And that's what I thought I did. Nah, this is what I needed.
7.
Yes.
Got it.
Crystal,
Okay.
9,
So
Michelle,
now we can
Michael.
add and subtract, multiply,
Four.
divide, and if you don't do this, you do.
4, 2 more write-ins,
Okay,
1262.
I've got one, and you've got two, so we'll put 2,000 in there.
We have trustee of the state,
Look it up for one.
Brian, 298,
Here, no, that's not right.
323, Pat, 294, Tanya, 294, Will, 13, Annie, 6, Johnny, 6, Brandon, 7, Robin, 10, Bridget, 5, 2 write-ins, total votes, 1260. Governor Wayne State, Eva, 306, Shirley, 317,
What are you looking for?
82, Terry, 299, John, 13, Christine, 14,
Well,
Susan,
let's do
9,
one, and,
all write-ins. Total vote, 1237. County Attorney, Stephen, 409, 11 write-ins, total votes, 420. County Sheriff, Paul Berrien, 411, write-ins, 12. Wow, I
I got total votes for 11.
Huh?
Total votes for 11. You got a total?
I have 423.
decided that it was easy. Now all of a sudden it's screwy.
We know that we already saw the one. She's doing, maybe we should leave this out too, so maybe it'll be resolved by whatever she wants to bring back up.
Okay, so I'm gonna get county clerk.
It's supposed to be 1197, and we're at 1195.
Here we go. We didn't get on the list. You gotta take it together. There you go.
What happened to those great lists in that yesterday?
Oh, this is kind of like, they did it on two-sided paper, I mean, both sides of paper. So, that's fine.
So we're good at 423.
Now we're, you said we're on Gwen Swanee?
Yeah, 317, and then Sharon, 336, 2 write-ins, 655.
Okay.
County treasurer, Kelly, 401, 8 write-ins, total votes 409. All kinds of fun going on in Bridgeville, right, you know?
I thought maybe they were filed in.
Laura, 411, 8 write-ins, 419 total votes. County Drainage Commissioner,
I don't see.
Christopher, 392,
That's
11 write-ins,
There's.
400 votes. County Surveyor, 396, 10 write-ins, total votes 407. Terry Sue, 409, write-in 8, total votes 417. People must have wrote their own name.
No.
Judges, 24. Susan, Mary, 138, Bridget, 306, Carrie, 34, Catherine, 53, Brock, 148, Elizabeth, 239, 4 write-ins. Total votes, 900. Judge Court of Appeals, Mark, 354, Jane, 366, 5 write-ins, total 725. Judge of Court of Third District, James Redford, 386, 2 write-ins.
You don't have to read the writings.
Okay, I'll send you a picture. 388 total. Judge of Circuit Court, second. Jennifer, 387. Total votes, 390. Judge of the Circuit Court, second circuit. Donna.
Is there anything in the remarks?
Total votes, 395. Judge of Probate Court, 394. Write-in, 399 total. Judge of the Fifth District, Arthur, 378, Gordon, 359, total votes, 737.
And I know this demonstration is having
Paul,
in front, but
183,
many times remarks get
Vicky, 188,
Vacant.
any
Deborah,
place and everywhere.
219, James, 119, Phil, 103, Mary Jo, 291, total votes, 1103. City Council for Bridgman, John, 353, Georgia, 371, Vince, 389, total votes, 1124. Library Board Member, Dorothea, 427, Edward, 349, total votes, 782. Local School District, Lane, 333, Nancy, 374, Brad, 369, total, 1086. Local School District Board, Lisa, 433, total votes, 435. State proposal 1, Yea, 575. No. 62. Total votes, 637. State 2. Yea, 605. No. 41. Total votes, 646.
And
Certification.
then
We go over that again,
comment or
I
sign
had to mess up.
things in,
Okay.
on the list.
Yes,
that's indicating-
605
605.
and no 41.
41.
Well, that's what
Okay.
they were
Total votes,
reissued.
646.
I think that should
How
be-
many of those?
This page left, you think you're going. So we just have to wait for Sheila and we're done.
Oh, wait, that's right, we'll wait for something.
We have to do something. But she doesn't want to see the one right. You can vouch for it. Printed, that one writing vote was printed on there.
Well, it'll be at the top. I just find it remarkable that all these other things.
They're not legitimate.
Well, I know, obviously, and it wasn't law. You like, wait for that one, if that was,
It's a home of residence. And it's Prosecutors going to the AG. It's going to shoot it to the state police. And then the state police. State police doesn't accept it. It's kind of the law. Where? You can't tell. You can't get it done, right?
Find this, I can close up our canvas envelope.
I mean, where's his father located?
Guess we could get a seal ready for the big one.
But
she was the treasurer, I mean, the clerk, the king. She was the city clerk.
We should have a former city clerk working here on this job, don't you? You've got so much knowledge. Municipality.
There you go. That'll work.
Having a situation. We just wait, we're done, we're just.
Okay,
waiting
let
for
me
Sheila.
get the, are you gonna be okay if I get?
I'll go right ahead because I'm off too and I'm not gonna find it right now.
Okay, because then you can put a note on it and it'll do the public comment, and then you can close that up. And put a note on it in your box.
I'm gonna just put this all in the envelope for safekeeping, but I won't seal it. It's scary when you have like paper on the front of it. You don't know what it is. There she is.
Okay, so, Lady County Board of You can keep what she's asking
Okay.
for, but I want to show you on here. It's going to combine the totals for the budget.
Yeah, the whole side. Figure out where he's never.
the whole district goes, no problem.
Maybe they're shuffled.
No, I think those are in order.
Here, you get some of that work.
That's all right.
I'm on it.
Anyway,
So go ahead and log into that computer.
Yeah,
get
just
the
press
YouTube
one.
data.
It will say one because there was one write-in on this.
I decided to sign
But this
him
number
tonight.
doesn't
Okay.
touch the
Looks like
password
no comments, so feel
because
free
there was a
to
write-in,
stay out
the
loud
baby
or something
number,
like that.
and a write-in.
Wait,
So
comments would be here?
that's
Yeah.
where they're gonna get the two.
No chats.
Let me look at the latest couple of things.
And will it be election day and county board like this? Because we do separate lines when we're.
Yeah,
This will still be 0 and that'll be 2.
Madam Chair,
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
listening to Sharon.
Okay.
You need to check out your maps.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we take a pause right now for general public comments, and we can look on the virtual meeting if anybody who's viewing has any public comments for us at this time. So if anybody out there has any public comments, we will receive them at this time, and we will wait, or in the audience today.
Mr. Stanton? Any comment?
No, no comments.
Okay.
Mr. Martinez?
You have one over here?
And, Ms. Thompson?
I just have one question about the AV County Board. Does that get done at the clerk's office? And is there people present to make sure that calendars or watchers present to make sure that votes are getting done correctly?
Are you talking about during the election, or where
The
canvassing?
absentee ballots,
That, at the,
the absentee ballots. Where and when do they get processed? And if so, where, who are the watchers or the
well, the
challengers?
watchers are designated by whoever that organization or political party designates to challenge it.
Okay, but
The election workers who work that are appointed by the local clerk.
okay, I understand that, but where and when do they get counted?
They get counted starting at 7 o'clock the day of the election and until it is completed,
At the clerk's office?
wherever it's designated and been approved. And we list all the polling places on the county's website, and those local municipalities have it listed in their office.
And does each party get a notice of where it's being done?
We do not by law have to notify each political party. It is up to the political party or the individual to contact the local county clerk or the local municipality.
Thank you.
And once they're in the room, they can't leave and come back. They
I
can leave,
understand
but
that,
they-
yeah.
You can use the restroom, but
Yeah.
can't go for lunch, cannot go for that dinner. You have to bring your own lunch. Do you have any public comments by now? Any? We have none on the virtual, so would you like to close
I'd like to close the question session,
the public, or close the public comment?
public comment session.
Okay. And are you ready to recess today's meeting?
Do we have any more business to conduct?
Any more business today till we resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
We'll have to finish this tomorrow. This is all.
Okay, then put a note on it, and if you can seal your envelope, and then we will secure that information for tomorrow. So you recess at what time?
4:28.
28?
28.
4:28.
Okay, and then we'll shut down. Thank you.